All right, it looks like we're live, and no one's here right now, but that's okay. Yeah, see if anyone shows up. For those of you here, welcome to the live stream. Basically, how we're going to run it this time is that we're going to finish off what we did last live stream, which is making a productivity app. So that'll be going on. Secondarily, if you want to join in and discuss things, then I am in the channel Discord server, in the voice channel. Someone's walking down the stairs. In the voice channel, and and you guys can just join in and we can just discuss. So yeah, that could be fun. Let me go over here. Wonderful. Let me really quickly send a message. Oh, hello, dog. All right. So last time it looks like we made this little modal here. It says to enter your task, and then I have no idea what that 0 is up there. Oh, this is supposed to be the number of hours up there. That's what it was. All right. It's been a few weeks since we've done that. So let's continue along with that. What is this? That's the current time, I guess? All right. That sounds great. It tells me to check the video resolution. Whatever. Looks like it's fine to me. So what we're going to want to do now, let's work on that modal a bit. So that's inside of our components, I think. Set task.js. This looks like it's the file. Oh, that's interesting. We have just all of our colors right there. That's all right. It's all good. So where we do the set number, which looks like this, keyboard type numeric. This is it. We're going to want, we have a placeholder. The placeholder is just 0. Basically, this is going to want to be, that's already inside of a view. So let's see if this is set up correctly right now. If I just have this be text. Oh, and autosave on right now is a thing. So that's going to get annoying. I'm going to turn that off. Well, guess I can't turn that off. Let's go ahead and crank up the music here, because we added this music to the background of the app, if you guys remember. Not really sure why. All right, let me check something really quickly, actually. Oh. Oh, I'm stupid. This is set to private.
It's not a bad thing.
I'm just talking to myself.
Solar thing in the background.
No.
She loves my Rice
That,
Krispies.
I was sitting here going like, okay, looks like I'm the only viewer. Whatever, we'll just go with that.
I'll watch it.
Thank you. Well, it's actually set to unlisted.
I noticed I didn't get a notification.
Oh, does it normally notify you? Oh, that's annoying.
No, I haven't turned on that.
What if I go like this? Public.
Do you want me to check for you?
Now that it's set to public, I wonder if that means that it's actually going to be public. Because, yeah, let me see if it's actually public now. Refresh. Okay, looks like it's public now. But it didn't give you a notification, right? Did you just barely go onto it? Okay.
I don't know how to get there.
Alright, fair enough.
Oh, I got it. I'm here. I'm watching.
Okay. I can't tell if it started off on unlisted and I just changed it. It probably won't notify anyone, and I think this is also... yeah.
Should I just start it over?
Maybe I should start it over. I don't know. No, it's fine. We'll just go with it. Welcome to the stream. This is actually... Am I just watching myself again?
It says there's 4 people watching.
Okay. I might want to have to... No, that's probably fine. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I don't know if it notified you guys of this or not, because it was on unlisted for a while. Then I just barely changed it to public, I guess. And before that, that was not the case. So, what we're going to do in this one is... I have the Discord server linked in the description, and you guys can pop into the voice chat, and as long as it doesn't get like totally weird and totally crazy, then we can have a discussion. Whatever you guys want, you can just pop on. And during that time, we're also going to be finishing the productivity app. If you guys were here on the last live stream, then you saw this start to take place, and it has this music in the background playing for some reason. I can't really remember why we put that in there. Ooh, someone just joined in, I think. Oh, that was someone else. Yeah, so we were working on this app last time, and we're gonna finish it. Looking at it, I remember last time I got distracted completely, and I couldn't really focus at all on what was going on. So hopefully this time we can just knock it out really fast. Yo, Third Eye Society and V7K. Welcome to the app, and welcome to the show. Welcome to the live stream. So, it looks like right here is where we were messing around with the modal. This modal here, that comes up when we're going to allow you to enter in a new task. So, let's go in there. Let's see what happens if I just put some filler text there, hit the save button. Okay, great. There that is now. So, I'm thinking right here, and of course we are going to want the style on this to be set to a color. Maybe I already have that somewhere. No, I don't. Okay, that's going to be set to colors white, probably. That's white, right? That's just white. It's actually like a gray. Let's see. We use the same thing down here on text.min, which, oh yeah, we'll publish the app when we're done. Might as well. I have a developer's account. This is just white. I have a Apple developer account already, so we'll throw it up there for the heck of it. Let's see, let's just throw this in here, do to save. Now as you can see, if we hit this, that's white. So here we're going to change that to enter the number of minutes for the task. Boom. Now when we click on here, you can see enter the number of minutes for the task. You can click on this and it opens up the numeric keyboard. So, this is going to be notes about the task that's stored there. Hey man, Karate. Sorry, I probably very much mispronounced your name, but I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah. So, effectively, we're going to also want a submit button on here. I'm kind of surprised I haven't done that yet. Because the click off should just be the default to cancel it off.
Is this your productivity app?
This is the productivity app. We're going back on it. We're going back on it.
Hasn't it been like 2 weeks since you touched that?
It has. It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah. Yeah. I did write the coupon chase app. So yes, I did Purple Dungeon Crab. That is still coming off. Yeah, that's still coming up. What?
I felt like I was food in my hand.
Mm.
I just pretended to throw it.
Fair enough. Yeah, you guys are welcome to check out that app. However, for most of you, it won't do anything because it's made for the specifically Utah Valley of Utah. I'm working on another app with my friend and brother right now. Those are two separate people, to clarify. That'll come out soon. That'll be more universal. It's like a social media app. So, won't give away stuff on that, but you guys will see it. You guys will see it at some point, and it'll be fun, hopefully. So, what we're going to do now is...
Once we get closer to normal development, we should ask for names.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's great. That's great.
I don't know what to call it.
Yeah. We'll ask you guys for names. Alright, let's go ahead and read some of these things. Is the app going to be on the Apple Store or Android as well? It can be on both. I don't see why not. What is as little as 13% but also accounts for 50%? I don't know. Alright. Let's go ahead and jump into this. So what I was...
Did you say how's it going, bros?
I don't know. Did I?
You gotta start with how's it going, bros.
Why? What's one of that?
And you say, this is Keystone Science.
What are you talking about?
Talking about PewDiePie.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. That's great. You live in Provo. I live in Provo. That's where I'm at right now. So that's fun. Anyways, diving into this again. It's really hard to look back and forth. Let's see. I want to make. So how we're going to want to store this is we're just going to store it locally on a cache because I don't want to have to do a server side kind of deal. So we need a caching function, and there is a great library for that called React Native Async Storage /async storage. So let's go ahead and open up another terminal here, and we will go ahead and install it. Expo install, and actually I have it written off over here so that I can just take it and put it in. This is a nice little library for just caching things to your device, and you can set just primary and secondary key map data. So now we're going to want to make a utilities folder here. Utilities, I'm typing on the wrong screen. I better. Alright, so we're going to want to make a utilities folder here. So new folder, utilities, and inside of here, let's create a new file called cache.js, and this will be our object that'll hold everything for the caches. Alright, so going into here, first thing we're going to want to do is import async storage. Yeah, from, and then that library that I was talking about. And then we probably don't need an expiry here. Yeah, there's no reason to have an expiry. I don't think so. No, there probably is. There definitely is. It should expire at some point. We'll deal with the expiry later. But in case, with the expiry, we'd be using something like day.js from day.js, which I need to install. So let's go ahead and Expo install that. Because I'm developing on Expo right now, which is a platform for React Native. Pizza open! Is pizza open? Hello! Welcome back! I don't have pizza here right now.
You know how hard it is to get pizza, Nate?
I don't know how hard it is to get pizza.
It's zero hard. You call Domino's and say, hey, bring pizza.
We can get pizza. I told you last time I'd get pizza. We can get pizza this time. We can get pizza this time. Yeah. We'll get the pizza. We'll get the pizza. We'll get the pizza. Yeah, sure. If you want pizza, you can do that. I told him we would last time. He even paid for the pizza. Yeah. So yeah, there's also potatoes. I do have potatoes.
Pizza's part of the potato family.
Oh, welcome Lambda Bear. Nice to see ya. So, go on with the coding. We'll get the pizza. We'll get it soon enough. Don't you worry. It'll be coming. So when doing the cache, we probably want prefixes to be going on so that we can put it before every string that we give it, because I'm thinking that the cache will be probably just serialized, I guess, because we're going to want to be fetching all this. We're probably going to want a cached key that contains everything and then grab all those. That probably didn't make much sense, but you'll see what I mean. So let's do const prefix is equal to, we'll just call it cache. Wonderful. Besides that, let's go ahead and make a few functions. So some nice ones would be something like a clear storage, which is going to be an async function. So let's do clear async storage, and we're going to set that equal to async, and it's going to take a key and a value, and that function is going to take that, and we're literally just going to call async storage dot clear. Why does it take a clear and key and a value? No, it shouldn't take anything. Yep, because that will clear all storage if needs be. So like I don't know when we'd use that in this app, but that's important. Holy freak! It paid for pizza again. He paid for pizza again. We have to get pizza now. Wow. All right. We gotta get pizza. We gotta get pizza. That's. Do you want to take my car? Okay, cool. Are you doing homework? Are you busy?
I'm watching a live stream. I probably won't.
All right. Great. Let's go ahead and get that pizza.
Where do you want it from?
Wherever. I don't know.
Big Daddy's is pretty good.
That's true. Whatever you desire, but they sell out. They sell out.
Do they?
That's the thing. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Here. Take my card and get whatever you like. We will get the pizza. 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 Oh, by the way, let me show you guys all this wonderful. Rick Rolled says we should get Domino's.
Nate, your
So.
your card is showing on live stream. You better not be pulling any numbers.
Oh. Yeah. All right.
There's no way that could go wrong.
Here you go. All right, we're getting the pizza. We're getting the pizza. That's all that's going on here. Parth Desi says, "What you making?" We're making a productivity app. We started on it last time, and now it's continuing.
Just one pizza?
You can get 2 pizzas.
Okay.
Ooh.
You don't care from where?
I don't care from where. Hello, Electro Magic. Welcome to the show. Let me show you guys all this beautiful photo here. You see that's Joe Rogan, and that's Elon Musk. My girlfriend gave me this poster of Joe Rogan today, so that's kind of nice. And then I have this picture of Elon Musk up here. It's just him smoking weed, so that's also kind of nice.
What if we made DMT on stream?
You should probably get criminally prosecuted fairly easily. I don't know. All right. Hi to you as well, Roni. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Going back to this async stuff, yes, this will be Pizza Fueled apps, and I am very happy to see some of you familiar faces again. It is very nice. Actually, really quickly, let's talk about some channel stuff, because I will be posting a video soon. I'm in the middle of building the lab still. Yeah, I'm in the middle of building a lab. I bought lots of materials yesterday, because I'm here in this new house that I got. So that'll be coming up soon, and I've been talking to some guys over on the Discord server about what projects you should be working on. So if you guys have any projects that you want, like preferably the more intense, the more obnoxious, the most crazy that you can think of, that'd be fantastic. I don't know. I'd like to make like some plasma things that are powered by, or that are kept going by really strong like microwave masers, I guess. But I need to order like big blocks of wax for that, because a lot of people don't know this, but the equivalent for glass, for our visible light, the equivalent of glass for that is wax, paraffin wax for microwaves. So you can build lenses lenses out of the paraffin wax for the microwaves, and you can narrow it down, or you can collimate the microwaves. And I think that'd be very fun and very interesting. That wouldn't really be a laser per se, but it'd be pretty fun. Yeah, that'd be very fun. And if any of you, there's echo. That was a. There we go. I had to mute myself on the Discord for a bit. If any of you guys want, the Discord's open, and it's open to all of you. You're welcome to come on and talk. In fact, let's get some of you guys on. Who wants to come on? I'd love to talk to some of you. Yeah, just go onto the Discord channel, even if you haven't been a member here. Ooh, the BYU engineering table has a free table where people put a bunch of old electronics they don't need. Yes, I've been there. I have been there. And I've taken a few electronics from there. Generally, I've never used them, but I just take them. Then they would sit in my apartment room when I was at BYU. So, yeah, it is fun to check out there. I would go to the workshop they had up there. I wasn't an EE major, but I really like the EE shop they have up there. And I miss not being a student, because now I can't get those electronics as easily. There's like no other electronic places that you can just go and get stuff on demand like that around here. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Anyways, let's move along here. What was I doing? I was doing something about storage. We're doing something about storage. Going over here, we have the clear async storage. Let's go ahead and make a function to store data. So it doesn't need to be a const out front. This is just kind of good notation. This is one way to define functions. This is like the cool programmer way to define functions, okay? Because a lot of people, you could also just do like you could do const function and then name a function here, blah, 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 and then give the function like that, and then you'd take out a const because the const shouldn't be there. And this is like lame way to make functions. This will make you look like your average person. And you don't want to look like your average person, okay? Like, if anyone's going to teach you anything, even if it's slightly more inefficient to type out and stuff like that, you just don't want to look like you don't want to look like you don't know what you're doing. If you want to look like you know what you're doing in JavaScript, then you got to type out your functions like this. The non-intuitive way. Like such. You see? Why is this notation for a function? I don't know. I guess it says like, here's the input parameters, pass it into this thing, and that's like a cute little arrow or something. But that's the cool way to do things. That's the cool way to do things. The input for this one, I don't know. I'm just teasing all you. The input for this one is going to be a key and a value pair, so that basically we're going to tell the phone, hey, store in your database this value and be able to link to it through the key. We give it the key, it will return the value to us. And that's the basis of how a lot of well, someone says, is someone running approvals in Discord? Probably, but I don't think that
there is an approval process. I don't know who's in charge of it.
There is an approval process, yeah. There are people in charge of it, and they're really cool people. But the discussion room, the voice chat I'm in, I went in and I made it so that you didn't need to be approved. Yeah. So any of you guys, I see that there's some of you on. You're welcome to talk, discuss any interesting things you want. Let's go up really quickly. I'm curious to see this engineering building. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Can't talk without being approved. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Alright, let's go ahead and approve people. I thought that I changed the permissions on there. Right now it says it's not a private channel. View channel, manage channel. I guess I'll just approve as it comes in, because I think I have the permissions to do that. I should. Anyways. Let me see what I can do. So if I go to introductions, and if I click on your name, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to approve people. Dang. Invite to server, nope. So you can't talk on here. Okay, we're gonna get this figured out really quickly.
Do you want me to DM the member of staff who's online? Or, no, he's away. Never mind.
Yeah. Supposedly, I'm a member of staff.
Oh,
Oh, no rules. There we go. Let's go ahead and approve some of you. So yeah, just put a message in the introduction, I guess, and then I can mark you guys as approved. Wait, shoot. What was I just doing? There we are. Roles changed to approved. All right, the 2 people that have commented in the chats, you guys are now approved, I guess. Yeah, dope. All right. So I think you can unmute now. Is that true? Can one of you guys give it a test? I'm gonna stay muted on the discussion room, but like I'll hear what you guys are saying.
Yep, unmuted.
Oh, dope. How you doing?
Okay.
That's good to hear.
Hey, how's it going, Nate?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Doing fine, yourself?
Doing very
Oh,
well.
it's kind of weird because there's a massive lag, so I can hear myself like seconds later.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that would be really weird. That maybe I should I'll unmute myself on Discord
Oh,
then.
this is a little bit trippy.
Yeah, there we go. Then at least you guys will hear maybe a more live version. Yeah,
I think what
didn't
might
take
be
into account the
good
lag.
is, like, for the people who are in here to mute the stream.
That would be a good idea. Yeah.
But hey, so, I literally found your channel 15 minutes ago. I saw the microwave gun video and was like, damn, this dude's a mad scientist.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's been a while since I posted something, so that's kind of funny. That's good timing, I guess. Yeah. Let's see.
How long have you been doing electronics hobby stuff?
I started doing like electronics, I guess, probably back in 2015. That's probably about it, but like it wasn't really intense back then, I guess, and it's not even super intense now, to be honest. Like I don't know, I've transitioned more into focusing on programming and stuff because I don't know, I see that more as the way to achieve the things that I want to get to. If that makes sense.
What are some of your goals with this stuff?
Oh yeah. So so the main goal, or the main thing that like I'm really passionate about is wanting one day to this can just make me sound like a crazy person. But I'd like
Because he's a
to
crazy person.
to further the stuff relating to transferring brain into computer, brain machine interfacing, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I don't know, because it seems like a very good way to get rid of disease and stuff like that. So my
Yeah, for sure.
my 30-year plan for that is to make a bunch of different companies and then sell them off. Originally in digital companies, so I have a few different apps planned. One of them that I made and published a couple weeks ago, and then a social media app,
congrats.
and then thanks, and then like a finances app kind of thing.
Okay.
And then hopefully from there I'll move on to manufactured goods, and then hopefully just snowball up companies to where I can be letting lots of
The
money be
next
dumped into that kind of
Elon
stuff.
Musk,
Not necessarily that. He's pretty
CFO
dope.
of Neuralink.
Neuralink is pretty cool. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing, in my opinion. Yeah.
Where do you see humanity's technological progress in the next 30, 50, 100 years?
It's kind of hard to say because I'm a really big proponent that very, very, I don't know, looking at machine learning algorithms and stuff, those seem to be taken off pretty fast. So hopefully you start getting algorithms more and more that start writing even better algorithms. There's already some instances of that, like a couple of years ago. I think Google had an AI that they were training for basically an AI designed to make better AIs for recognizing like street signs and all that. and it's
Mhm.
successfully made better AIs to do its own job. So that kind of
Sweet.
progress is really, really good, and especially if you consider like the amount of brain cycles per se that happen between if two computers are talking to one another.
Mhm.
Just by the time like 10 seconds, they already processed more brain cycles than any human can have in like 100 lifetimes or something like that. So there's an insane amount there. But there's a lot of questions, I guess, on what makes the brain unique. Like what is the structure of the
Mhm.
brain that allows it to be so efficient? Because
I
Yeah.
think we're gonna get there. At least from my understanding, it seems like the way that we are training AIs is analogous to natural selection.
oh,
And
totally.
I mean, if natural selection was able to produce consciousness, then I don't see why technology wouldn't progress in that direction as well.
Yeah.
And then if we link up to it, goddamn, it's gonna be some sci-fi shit.
Totally. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, it all depends on, like, I argue with my friends about this because a lot of them, I don't know, I hear some people trying to argue that like consciousness does not exist within the brain, and that's one school of thought, but I personally think it does exist within the brain. Yeah, like there was some mathematician I was listening to the other day talking about like microtubules and something. He had some argument, but I didn't think it was a very good argument about why the human brain is not just a big algorithm.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do think it's algorithmic. And the question of what defines consciousness versus what defines consciousness is also a very, very interesting
Oh yeah.
thing. Yeah. I don't know. What are your opinions on that? What do you think defines consciousness?
Oof. I really don't know. It's definitely more of a thing that you're able to recognize more than you're able to explicitly articulate.
Sure.
Sure. But it definitely has something to do with awareness and subjective experience. But I don't know. I could say that it probably exists on some sort of sliding scale where it's like, I don't know how conscious plants are. Bats are or lizards are maybe conscious a little bit, and then bats more, dolphins more, and then humans the most.
Totally.
But then when AI like surpasses us, then it's going to be some sort of transcendental conscious being that that we link up to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of, I can't even imagine what the next level of consciousness is. Because already, like, questioning your own, I don't know. There definitely seems to be some very important benchmark between humans and the next conscious thing, which I don't even know what that is. Like
and it seems to be like something that is still evolving. And
yeah.
What's the name of that law that talks about the rate at which technology progresses?
Oh, Moore's law.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like that. While I'm sure it's not going to be followed, but like in the exact same way, like technology is progressing at such an incredible rate that, dude, I just struggle to even think about potentialities in the future that are realistic, because I feel like there's just so many possibilities that we just don't know where it's going to go.
Totally. Yeah, especially if you start, I don't know. What is your opinion on things like the Great Filter, or like Fermi's paradox? I guess is what it's called.
Shit.
Mhm.
I don't think I know very much about it. I might have seen like the Kershogov or the
Oh yeah.
in a nutshell.
Hmm.
But I wouldn't say that I know enough to have an informed opinion.
Sure. So that's like that's the paradox per se that says, if the universe is really so large, and if even the chance of having life is very, very small, then we should expect there to be many other intelligent civilizations out there within the
Mhm.
universe. But yet we point up our giant radio dishes and stuff like that, and we just hear cosmic background radiation, with occasional bloops that can all just be explained by like supernovas and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, why is the universe so silent? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll be able to answer your question more after my summer research position at SETI, provided they accept my application.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that'd be really fun.
Uh,
That'd be a really good experience.
My top two choices are SETI and JPL, but
Mhm.
I don't know if I'll be getting in there with my 3.14 GPA.
I hear you. I wouldn't worry too much about GPA. I think it's I don't know. I think it's one of those stickler things where like, if you're focusing too much on GPA, then you're not actually going to be doing. This is obviously a bit of a blanket statement, so it wouldn't apply to
Mhm.
everything, but you're not going to be hitting as much of the creative work and creative thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something to be said different between like book smart and creative smarts, I guess.
hmm
And of course, you
They're
want some kind of balance,
definitely
but yeah, totally. Yeah, about that Fermi's paradox thing. What I like
Yeah.
to think is that well, first off, like the possibilities I'd like to say are that is that either there's like some great there. I guess there's a few. Either there's some low probability that we are like the first or among the first intelligent civilizations, so just no one else's data has reached us yet.
hmm
Yeah, and then there could also be the possibility that there's some great filter, like maybe every civilization gets to some kind of nuclear age and then they blow themselves up, or like 99.99% of civilizations, anyways, just something to get out most of them.
And that idea is so scary because we've come so close already,
hmm
and it's not like we're out of the woods. Like on a cosmological timescale, that was like a second ago.
Totally.
And we still have those technologies, and our ability to delete humanity is only getting easier and easier.
Totally. Yeah, 100%. Shoot, can't remember what I was gonna. Oh yeah, and there's also been tons of events in past human history where we've been down as a civilization to only like 1,000 humans after some
Oh my
volcanoes, like insanely close calls, just being wiped out, and then having to wait millions and millions of years for hopefully another high consciousness level being to come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a buddy of mine who talked about because of the way that the like convection currents that drive continental drift work,
Mhm.
that it's possible that there have been other intelligent civilizations that have come and gone and then just been subducted into the mantle with no trace.
Oh, it is totally possible. Yeah, and I guess that'd play into also they would have just gotten hit by some filter event. But
Yeah,
that
because I
would be
mean,
interesting.
what humans are only 200,000 years old,
Mhm.
and the Earth has had life on it for most of Earth's existence.
hmm
But I don't know my biological timescales enough to think about the window of time where civilizations could have come and gone before humanity.
Totally.
But I mean,
Yeah.
what, like modern civilization, even like the or like, let's see, the Babylonians were the oldest, and they're like, God, I really feel like I should know this. Is it 3000 BC?
I can't remember if I'm being honest.
But I feel like the window of time that civilization has popped up has been less than 10,000 years. I would imagine.
Oh yeah, definitely for the written stuff. It's only been a short period of time. At least we have written evidence of civilizations. You're absolutely correct.
But hard to feel like we are special.
Yeah, I understand that.
But at the same time, you got people making microwave guns and Tesla coils and shit like that, and I think that's pretty special.
Thanks. It's all just on a random rock floating through space. So I don't know.
Dude, it's just absurd. It's like to me, I especially when I compare it to like literature or other like genres of fiction. It's like this is just wizardry. We know enough about how reality works to do literal magic.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Talk to people over the power of the internet instantly.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
What the heck?
Yeah. What do you have any opinions on that, Mason?
On what?
We're talking about like consciousness, timescales, great filter. There's a lot to choose from there, I guess.
I don't have any thoughts.
No thoughts, that empty.
No, I mean, my thought is that you heard it said that Earth is a rock hurtling through space.
Yeah.
I don't think that's entirely accurate. I think it's more accurate to conceptualize it as a disk accelerating upwards at about 9.8 meters. We are encapsulated within a dome, okay? And holes in the dome allow the light of the outside, the light of heaven, to get into us.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right, fair enough.
I mean,
I thought there were a bunch of turtles that were sitting
on the back of the turtle.
Oh yeah,
yeah, you
I
guys
think
just
you're
agreed.
right. Like
You just
lion
agreed.
turtles, right?
What?
Yeah, giant lion turtles. That's it.
Yeah, there we go. I guess that's solved now. I misspoke. Not a rock. Not a rock.
So when I came in, you were asking about like crazy project ideas.
Oh, yeah. If you have any, I'd love to hear them.
I don't know. I've been playing Fallout, and just the inner like wannabe scientist nerd is absolutely gushing over these like plasma and laser weapons.
Mm-hmm. I've actually never played it, but I imagine that'd be good inspiration for those kind of things.
Yeah, if you're a gamer at all, I would recommend it.
I used to play some games. It's been a while though. Like I play Polytopia sometimes. That's about the extent of it these days. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of ball lightning or globular lightning?
Yeah, I have heard of it.
Is that real?
I do think it's real, actually.
Okay.
Oh man, what was it? There might be some experimental conditions that you can recreate. I don't know. It seems to be real. It also seems to be a very misunderstood thing. What was it? My girlfriend's dad, when he was in university, the professor he was working with was studying ball lightning. So I wish I would have sucked up more of that information. But they're trying to like experimentally recreate it and trying to get down to different variables to see what would cause that phenomenon. But yeah, that is some interesting stuff. We can pull up some stuff on it.
Okay.
Put off the
Here's
productivity.
what I'm envisioning. Something like maybe an air powered like ball launcher, and the balls are like some maybe like transparent plastic or something that would not shatter on impact.
Okay.
And maybe it could be lined with something that would give them like a cool effect that they're like little plasma globes. Like you could maybe energize them. And I'm so new to my electronics class that I'm still like I don't have an intuition built up yet on what certain electrical components do and how can they be combined to produce a desired effect. But I'm thinking like something that stores charge and would discharge it at a fixed rate that would excite whatever gas is inside of these balls, and just have like I feel like this could be designed to be almost like a Nerf gun-ish, where it's like inert and then you just kind of throw little glowing balls at your target. Fair
enough. Yeah. I was actually thinking about trying to make like a plasma thing at one point. And by one point I mean just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
The idea for it would be like very, 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 very dangerous. Like incredibly dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. Basically, that's what I was kind of talking about with the paraffin wax. If you were hearing me talk about that, I don't know. That was a while ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the idea is to have you ever seen if you put like a candle, or if you get like a grape and you cut it nearly in half and put it in a microwave, how it makes a plasma ball?
Oh, yeah. I wish I knew the science behind why, but yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. So basically it gets, at least for the grape thing, you have a high potential building up between the two halves of the grapes, and then it jumps across, and then it makes a little bit of an electrical arc, just a little bit of plasma. And then the microwaves kind of help pour energy into that and sustain it, so that it just can stay contained within the microwave as long as it's turned on. So
what properties does the grape have that like a cup of water doesn't have that builds a potential difference?
So it's important, especially for the grape. I think some stuff there's some papers on this, but I haven't read too much into it. But as far as I'm aware, the two halves of the grape are roughly, when split and spread apart, is roughly the same wavelength as a microwave. So you get on swings. Yeah, and they're kind of like two electrodes, also in a sense. So by putting the microwaves through it, it can start to resonate within the cavities of the grape, and then building up a potential that then just jumps across when it gets high enough, and then hopefully if the conditions are right, then it forms the plasma that floats around. So the idea of making a plasma cannon kinda would be to take 8 microwave oven transformers and 8 microwave oven magnetrons, and put them.
Yes, I like where this is going.
Yeah.
Sounds very safe.
Yeah, you angle them all at like 30 something degrees. I was going through it a bit ago with the like Fresnel equations like that, only applied with wax as the index of refraction, the index of refraction of wax. And basically you take all that microwave energy, you funnel it up into like a tight radius, and you collimate, do a thing called collimation, which is basically just making it so if you were to imagine the microwaves going out, they would be going in parallel lines to one another. So that's like a laser is collimated because you point the dot and it goes way out, where a light bulb is diffuse because it goes in all kinds of directions. So you collimate the microwave beam with all this energy, and you send it upwards, and then along that same path that goes upwards, you could put like a Jacob's ladder or something like that. And a Jacob's ladder, I'm sure you know what it is, but for those also in the stream, a Jacob's ladder basically is just 2 pieces of metal that go up, and the heat helps carry the arc of electricity upwards. And so you could have like a 12,000 volt potential with like a neon sign transformer powering that would just be producing a plasma arc that would rise up. And then as it would rise up and hit near the top, you would hope, or the hope would be that the microwaves would also be, the microwave energy would also be helping to keep the air in a good state where the plasma could be more or less self-contained, so that you could carry that plasma that's generated from the Jacob's ladder along on a path for as long as your microwave is well collimated. I think that'd be kind of a fun project. It'd be really dangerous, but it'd be pretty fun.
Would the plasma be in a beam?
It'd probably be in like little pulses, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, but you could pulse it, I guess, at relatively fast rates, but not a continuous beam.
Okay.
At least under this system, not a continuous beam. It's maybe you could get a continuous beam one. It'd be possible as well, but that's just a thought that's been going through that I thought would be a pretty fun thing. First Last says, "Who are you talking to? Who's on the phone?" This is actually just the Discord server, so
some random guy.
Yeah.
But my name's Eric. I'm about to get my physics degree.
I should have asked you what your name was earlier. Hi, I'm Nate. Nice to meet you, Eric.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Yeah. All right, let's take a quick jump back into the productivity app here. So what I was doing as we were talking is just making a get data and a store data function. And by the way, the main point of this live stream is not making the productivity app. That is just that's just an auxiliary thing. The main point is having discussions with you guys. So any of you are welcome to come onto the Discord, jump on in, and we'll have a discussion. It'll be pretty fun. So, oh, I just heard myself. I didn't think about that.
No, can you still hear yourself?
Only a little bit.
Yo, this is so cool. I can't believe I'm actually talking to you. Oh, awesome. Yo, I inspired me.
Oh, hey. Sorry, it's chopping up a little bit.
I really love all your videos.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hey, so waves work by literally putting an current inside it.
Sorry, could you repeat that? It's chopping up a little bit.
Microwaves work by literally just
Sorry, I heard microwaves work.
by.
Homie, you keep cutting out.
Okay. Hear me better now. How better?
It's still a bit choppy. Oh, I can read the chat. I can read. I see. David Berkeley says he's not reading the chat. I'm gonna. It's creating a feedback loop. I'm gonna deafen just for a second. Okay, I'm only gonna be deafened for just a second as I read through some chat things. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm glancing at the chat every once in a while. There's a lot of words there. Was that? All right. So someone said microwaves work. I'm assuming this is that person. Microwaves works by conducting an electrical circuit within the food, right? It's kind of like plugging your food into the wall, right? Yeah, that's essentially it. I mean, there are also like resonant properties that happen, but from what I've heard, that's mainly a misnomer.
Really?
Like the microwave's definitely resonant within the cavity of the microwave oven, but I've heard people say like.
I don't know, because I know you can do an experiment, like find out the wavelength of light by putting a chocolate bar not on a rotating dish, and then it'll.
And you see the nodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
But so is it only plugging into those spots then? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the high amplitude points, I guess, because the special part about the microwave is that it's resonant within the cavity, so it's building up, and those spots get the high amounts of energy being built up into them because it's just like wave and wave superimposed onto one another, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go back onto.
Wait. When you say that you're plugging your food in, like you're not getting electron shot through your food, are you?
You're not getting electrons shot through your food, but what you are getting is this thing called eddy currents. So the electrons already within the food, the microwaves, especially at the resonant points, are pushing the electrons and they're moving in circles really fast.
Okay.
And as they move in circles, that friction per se is what's generating the heat and heating it up. But the ceramic plate doesn't get hot while the organic food does. So maybe there is some resonant property from the water as well, and I don't know if the misnomer is actually true or not, because the ceramic plate only gets warm in so much as like the food on top of it gets warm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna open back up the Discord. I'm gonna undeafen myself. All right. And now with that there, someone says you can calculate the speed of light by putting a chocolate bar in the microwave. That is true. Well.
What?
The only.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a cheat though, if I'm being honest, because you already have the information of the frequency of the microwave, which requires knowing the speed of light. It's just like, of course, it's on the label. So it is a little bit of a cheaty way to find the speed of light, but. You're saying no, it's not cheaty?
No,
it's totally
just
cheaty.
Resources.
Like it'll give you the speed of light, and you can measure it. But you are using something that already has that value intrinsically baked into it.
It depends whether you consider the frequency of a microwave to be a fundamental force of the universe, which I do.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
If you're not deriving every single equation, are you even doing science?
Probably not. Probably not. There are some nice ways to find the speed of light, though. Besides that, that are more bare bones. But the problem is, like, you're only getting the speed of light. You're not getting the frequency of light. So you can't use that nice equation that's like what? C equals F lambda? Is that correct dimensions? I don't know. I'm not going to check my units. Use those 3 variables at least. So the nice thing to do is you can do an experiment where basically you can get a drill or something like that, some relatively fast motor, and then you just know the speed of the rotations of the motor because you don't need the speed of light to know the speed of the motor. That can be measured using other systems, but knowing the speed of the motor, you have actually you have a variac attached to it, so you can change the voltage of it, and you can shine a laser way down a long hallway. I was doing this experiment 2 years ago for fun. I should have made a video on it, but I did not. But you shine a laser way down a hallway, hit a mirror, bounce it way the heck back, and basically you have a screen behind. So it's going at an angle. It's going up and it's going down, and then you have a screen, and then you have a drill that is spinning, and you position it in between the first path and the incoming path, so that basically you can adjust the speed up, and right where you hit a rotation per second, where the dot starts to appear on the other screen, then you know that the laser is going there and back at precisely 1/2 of the rotation. So then you can use that along with the distance traveled, that rotational time, since you know how fast the motor is spinning using just classical methods, to figure out the speed of light. Yeah.
Sweet.
How long of a hallway do you need to do that reasonably?
The one that I used was like 150 feet. Longer the better. I think that was actually one of the first ways that the speed of light was found out. And I think actually it wasn't using a rotating, like a rotating thing on a drill. It was using just a big wheel that had slits cut into it, so then you would have the light would go down, come back through, and enter through another one within that amount of time. But yeah, it's a pretty decent way of measuring it. By decent, I mean not all that accurate, but within like 5% at least, if you're being accurate. And the longer distance you have, as well as the more calibrated speedy thing you have, that gets better and better. So yeah, that's about that. Someone says, are you going to build the internal electrostatic confinement fusion reactor? Oh! That'd be nice. Cody and I were going to do that like 2 years ago. Cody's lab, if you guys have seen his channel. And then I think he got in trouble. Yeah, he had deuterium and stuff. Deuterium and tritium, I think. And we're going to use that for the fusion reactor thing. Maybe it's not fair to call it, or I guess it is reacting, but obviously it's not going to get net positive energy. But yeah, that ended up not going through because I think he got those materials taken away because he was not supposed to have them, I guess. At least in the quantities he had. Mason says, could the speed of light differ from one side of the universe from the other? Why do we take it as a constant? Why do we take its constancy as a given? That's fair. Yeah, it totally could. I don't think it should be taken as a given. I think that's kind of arrogant to be taking the speed of light as a given. Yeah, I have no evidence to back this up, but I like to think that the speed of light changes with the size of the universe. Kind of like that's dipping too much into like the ether kind of theory. It's dipping too much into that. But then like at the same time, we kind of dip into that all the time. So, or not that same theory, but the similar-esque theories. Especially if you consider like the original universe expanded much faster than the speed of light. What if the speed of light was just faster because it was a denser material there, leading to faster energy transfer through whatever you want to call it, quantum foam or anything like that. Yeah, I don't think it should be taken as a given. Someone says, I'm not sure if you remember, but last stream He said he was building a mini spark gap Tesla coil. Oh, you finished it! That's dope. Nirvana 211. You should come on to the Discord channel and tell us about that. I'd love to hear about it. And also hi to you, MD Joni from Bangladesh. Yeah, but if you want to come onto the Discord channel and come onto the voice channel, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah. First Blast says, when are we going to do another stream like this? Hopefully more and more regularly. We did, last one was like 2 weeks ago. So probably within the next 2 weeks.
When was the one before that?
The one before that was like 8 months before that.
Oh, really?
So yeah. But things are more settled down now.
Okay.
Like there's an actual spot, I guess, to do things, which is nice. Before I was in a Mason and I were living with 2 other people in like this very, very, very small house, like 700 square feet or something like that. Yeah, and then I moved out because I bought this place to live in to build a lab and stuff like that. And now those other people, they don't talk to me anymore. It's very, very interesting. I don't know what went wrong. I invited them to dinner. I guess that's just that. I guess they don't like that we moved out or something. And yeah. Hello, the real engineer. Yeah, I've seen your name before. It's nice to see you again. Anyways, waiting until people jump in, or if you see any interesting chats, or if you want to bring up anything, Mason, just let me know. Yeah.
I'm paying attention to the chat.
You're not?
I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Cool.
I don't want to jump in when you're talking to somebody else on Discord.
You're welcome to jump in. It's kind of like third.
With the chats.
Oh, with the chats.
It's interrupting a conversation.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
There's a flow to things.
All right. Let's see. So while that's going, I guess I don't remember this getting done, but I guess we made this cache.js function. I guess that just kind of happened while we were talking. So we have a store data, we have a get data. We're basically the store data function, if we call it, that's going to get a key value pair, and then we're going to create this JavaScript item which has the value and. Ooh, why do I have a timestamp there?
Oh,
that's fine. We have a timestamp.
Are you gonna do a video on your lab build?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a video on the lab build. Definitely, 100%. So look for that. So we have this item here which is going to store the value and the timestamp. The timestamp is important because you're going to want to know. First Class, do you think VS Code is bad? I used to think VS Code is bad, but now I really like it. Yeah, there's lots of really nice plugins you can get. Yeah. I don't know. I used to like things more like IntelliJ and CLion and those kind of IDEs, but I like VS Code a decent amount. All right, so we have the store data function where we are storing the value along with the timestamp. The timestamp is important because we could be wanting to say, oh, this value is clearly expired. Maybe we want to say if it's older than 24 hours, we expire it, because that makes sense. We say if it's older than 24 hours, is it worthwhile marking that as expired? Probably. It depends on if we want to be keeping a log of. Let's ask the chat. Is it worthwhile keeping Vim? Vim is cool, but like, you can't really do. I guess you can. It's just.
It's much quicker in Vim if you know what you're doing.
Really?
Yeah, because you don't have to deal with the mouse at all.
Oh.
Yeah. If you're a real coder boy.
I'm not a real coder boy. Yeah, I can't handle Vim.
You snip the
I can't handle it.
Keyboard for everything.
I need UI interface.
Nope, you don't need UI interface.
I need UI interface.
Delete your Mac, delete your PC, Linux only, master race.
Yeah, Tanner Tech is great. To answer the chat, Tanner Tech is great. He's a real nice guy. I like him a lot. If you guys don't know who he is, go check out his channel. He's really nice. Oh, Vim has plugins? I didn't know that.
Check him out.
Dope. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. I haven't seen him in a few years, like 3 years, but he came to my parents' house when I lived back there when I was still in high school. We did a video together. It was pretty fun. We did one on an interference device that we just kind of randomly stumbled upon. Originally, we were going to make one on building our own circuit of a radio, but then it turned out the radio is just picking up EM interference like really, really well. So we made this nice little device that was like the size of a remote that you go around. You could stick it up next to a computer, and you'd hear the hard drive like writing data. It was kind of interesting, and I wonder if that's kind of a weird security thing. Oh wait, Tanner Tech lives right next to you. That's cool. Does he? Right now, I thought he's up in like Boston area, right? He's going to MIT. I thought. Before that, he lived in California. So, are you talking about like his California one, or his him being in Boston? I'm not sure if he is actually in Boston right now, but that was my impression. Yeah, that's dope. If you see him, you should tell him hi for me. All right, let's go.
I was wondering if we could talk a little bit about the energy that a wave can hold, and at like either different frequencies or when it's a different type of wave.
Sure.
I still struggle to understand the relationship between, I guess, intensity and the energy carried, I guess, of a wave.
Okay. So there's a nice formula for that called E equals HF. Energy equals Planck's constant times the frequency.
Okay.
And that's on an individual photon basis, of course.
Yeah, because I know that there's like I know of that equation, but when I first saw it, I was like, wait a second, I don't think that would apply to like a sound wave.
Oh, it doesn't. You're absolutely right. What is the energy in a sound wave? That's just going to be kinetic energy. And I guess it depends on the medium and the intensity. 1 second. Like, it's probably going to be very closely related to 1/2, like the classical thing. What is it? 1/2 mv squared or something? Where mass is just going to be the amount of air that was originally displaced. And of course, that energy that you're going to experience is going to decrease cubically because it's spreading over a sphere. So as distance goes out, it'll be proportional to 1/r cubed.
Okay.
Yes, which just makes sense for getting weaker and weaker, and that'll be the same, I guess, for like a light source as well. But just the displacement of the mass. Oh, holy freak! There's pizza. I forgot about that.
Augers.
I was here for 12 years.
Yeah, that was a long time. Well, welcome back. We got the pizza, everyone. The pizza is here. Yeah, that's fantastic. Is it still in the chat? Because it's got to see this. And there's a dog in here too.
The dog is really excited.
What kind of dog?
I don't know.
Is it a cute dog?
Oh, it's a very cute dog. Hey, dog, come here. Thank you. I don't know how to get her up to camera view, but go ahead and take a. Ethel, come on. Anyways, it's a very nice dog.
Sorry.
Hopefully you guys saw it. Just a little bit. But it walks around here. And it's nice. Let's see. Going forward with the app, now that we are procrastinating the productivity, we have this cache function built. Let's go ahead and import that into our day screen here. So we're going to simply do import. Oh shoot, what did I call it? We'll just call it cache. Import cache from, and then we're going to give it the file path, which is utilities/cache. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and create a cache object, I believe. No. It's just literally call it like this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So we can do that. So we're going to want to make a submit button. Thank you very much. That was nice. We got the pizza. We got the pizza. Look at that pizza. That is pizza. That is very good.
Oh, pizza's great. Thanks, Michael.
All right. So, oh yeah, we have this use media thing going on. That's playing the sea shanty. Let's go ahead. Why is this? Shoot, what did I do? Oh, I have the Days.js thing from in there, but we don't actually have that going on anymore. Let's go ahead and import that just for the heck of it. Expo install Day.js, because we'll use that later on. And once that's installed, the program will no longer crash. Alrighty. So
I
now
got some homework that I've been procrastinating on that I think I'm gonna get to. But it was really nice meeting you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. It was nice meeting you as well. What did you say your name was again?
Eric.
Eric. Very nice to meet you. Good luck on your homework.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya. All right. Let's go ahead and Expo start this. Just to rerun the app. Shoot. It's possible that I should have looked a little bit closer at what the error was. Is that unexpected token? And I figured it was complaining that the library wasn't installed.
Nope.
Well, I don't see what's wrong with that. Oh well, we'll just comment it out for now. We don't even need it. And reload the app. All right. So now that we have this cache function, we are going to want to make a. And by the way, this is Discord dark theme. That's where we got it from. So, and those of you that are new to the chat, you're welcome to come into the Discord server and bring up whatever conversation you want. And we can have it here, as long as it's not. No, just anything. Just anything. It'll be anything. Anything. Oh yeah. I guess not racist things. That'd be bad. But anything else?
Sexist things?
Everyone,
I'm just kidding. No.
glad you have that segment on the internet forever.
Oh yeah, that's probably a bad thing, isn't it? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and make a button, and there's no button really component. Well, there is, but I'm not sure I remember what it is. Rather, we are going to want to import a thing called touchable opacity, I think. Let me double check on that. I have that in certainly one of my previous projects. Yeah, touchable opacity is what I want to be using, because then you get a little bit of feedback, but it's not too obnoxious. So let's go ahead, and that's going to be from the React Native set. So from React dash native, that should be in quotation marks. And by the way, I have a new keyboard on this live stream from last one, so that's a lot nicer. Touchable opacity. Is that how you say that word? Probably. Let me take a glance at the chat. Ooh, maybe someone was in the Discord chat for a second. All right. So continuing along, we're going to want to make a view here. That view is going to be our button. So if I just throw that in components. Oh, why did I import it here? Should not be imported here. These should be imported. They can be there, I guess. But specifically, they need to be imported inside of the. Let's go ahead and delete this off from here. We need to import it inside of the components. Set the task, because this is the modal that gets called. So let's go ahead. Oh, I already have those in here. All right, I guess that makes sense that I'd already have it. But we do want the cache function, anyways. Cache is important. So now if we go down here. Right below our text input, we're going to make, whoops, I guess a little bit above that. This is already set to be bottom, and this is position absolute, which is not good. Last time I should have had this flex aligned slightly differently, but what can you do? That's just how it is now.
The guy with the Tesla coil is on the Discord.
Really? Oh, he should start talking. Am I muted? Yeah, I'd love to hear about your Tesla coil. And that's Nirvana 2111, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nirvana 2111. Welcome to the live stream. Oh, do you need to be? You probably need to be approved or something, because I guess you need that to talk. I'm not quite sure why. There you are. I think now you can talk. So go ahead. Let's see. He's in. I think there's also a little bit of lag. So. Yeah. If anyone in the chat there says that they need to be approved, just let me know, and I'll ride ahead and approve them so that they can talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Can you make me a mod?
Alright, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the one who built the Tesla coil.
Oh, that's very cool. I'd love to hear all about it. You said it's a spark gap Tesla coil?
Never mind.
Yeah, the miniature one. Well, have you seen Plasma Channel?
Yeah, I have.
I followed his tutorial basically. So
That's awesome. He's a really cool guy.
So it's a 3-volt spark gap Tesla coil. Ooh, I'm kind of too close to the microphone. Sorry.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, so it works pretty good. It'll light up neon and stuff.
Yeah,
Fluorescent lights.
That's really nice. That's really cool.
Just need to find a top load for it. That's it.
Yeah. What's the voltage on it?
Haven't really thought about that actually.
Fair enough. What's the kind of like distance it gets? I can't remember exactly what it's supposed to be per inch. Is it like 1,000 volts per inch? I know I'm probably wrong. Oh, that's way too. Maybe it's closer to like 10,000 volts per inch for like regular air. I can't.
I thought
remember.
it was like a kilovolt per millimeter or something.
A kilovolt per minute. That sounds reasonable, actually.
Yeah, I think it's about.
Yeah, that sounds very
5
reasonable. I bet you're
millimeters.
right. Yeah, I bet you're right. Kilovolt per millimeter sounds very, very reasonable. Let's see. I need to approve a couple people on Discord really quickly. Oh, hey, Exmofos. He's here. I've never talked to him in person, but he's in the voice chat. Yeah, he's a good friend. He's a good friend on the Discord. Let me preview. And who was the other one that needed approving?
Yep. Maybe next time I'll get a link to a video. I could put it in the stream chat. But it was nice talking.
That'd be totally cool. I'd love to see it. And yeah, it was nice talking to you as well. I'll look out for that next time. That sounds great.
All right. Bye. Thanks for talking.
Yeah, of course. Have a good night or day.
You too.
Thanks. All right. Let's see. So in the styles here, let's go ahead and add a width component to this. And I'm pretty sure that we're covering it up anyways. The width for this is probably going to want to be 90%.
Nate, is it safe to solder lead acid battery terminal?
What? I don't know. It's to solder to a battery terminal?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Questions from chat.
That's questions from chat?
Yeah.
I have no idea. It probably depends on a lot of things.
Alright, and the other thing is a Flappy Jim Jam wants approval.
Who knows?
Flappy Jim Jam.
Ah, I see him. Let's see here. All right, he is approved. Let's see. We have this width component, and I'm going to actually plop this above the absolute view, so that we have a better chance of actually seeing it. Let's throw it right. Whoops. Let's throw it right here. And the idea is that we're going to have an on-click event. This should actually not be a view. This should be a touchable opacity.
The real engineer says he's still having issues.
Really?
Do you have a way to give me Discord privileges so I can deal with that and you can deal with being a YouTuber?
I think so. Let's do that.
Happy birthday.
Okay. I think you should be able to now. I'm not certain. The real engineer, is yours still being a little bit fussy?
You might have to the voice chat and come back in if you're suppressed, and then get approved while you're in the PC.
That makes sense.
You just disconnect and reconnect.
Okay, dope. Yeah. So the real engineer, if you just disconnect and reconnect, sounds like that'll work. Yay! Looks like it worked.
Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good.
That's great.
I'm I'm probably one of your younger fans, that's for sure.
Fair
But
enough.
I've been watching you for like 4 years now.
Oh, that's awesome.
got-
Wow.
A lot of inspiration from your channel.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. What are some
Yeah, I
some
think
projects? Or sorry, go ahead.
I think one of the projects that I got the most inspiration from your videos was what's it called? It was that it was one of your Tesla coil designs.
Okay.
And
What kind of what did it look like? Was it like a very kind of small one?
yeah, I think it was the smaller one.
Okay.
It was the solid state one.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
But yeah, ever since that was like one of the first times I saw one of those Tesla coils. But ever since then, I kind of got hooked on it.
Fair enough.
And 4 years later, I finally got my stuff together, and I made myself a dual resonant solid state one.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, but the thing is I spent like $200 on transistors, and I exploded like 200 of them.
Oh, I totally understand what you're talking about. Those what are they? Are they like IRFP
I blew up-
250N? Those kind of MOSFET ones? They're pretty expensive.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I blew up a bunch of IRF Z44Ns,
Mm.
and I went on to because then I realized those were too weak, so
Mm-hmm.
I went on to get the IRFP 250s, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
But then those were too weak too, because I wanted to make a mains powered one.
Yeah.
So I went on to use these not as well known transistors. They're not MOSFETs actually; they're IGBTs.
Mm-hmm.
They're these. Shoot, let me grab the drawer.
Sure.
They are SP25N135T IGBTs. They're rated at like 1300 volts, but
Oh, that's
yeah. My design actually took a lot of inspiration from Plasma Channel's designs too,
Mhm.
with the acrylic, because I really like his acrylic designs where he uses like
Totally.
standoffs and stuff.
yeah. He makes some really pretty projects. Jay's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I like his content a lot.
Totally.
But yeah, I just want to say thanks for the inspiration and stuff, man.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for watching. I'm impressed. That's really cool. I'd love to see your Tesla coils that you made sometime. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, well, on my channel, I'm not trying to promote myself or anything. I'm just saying.
Go ahead. You can promote yourself all you want. I mean, if not, I'll promote your channel. So
Well,
I'll definitely check
thanks
it
a
out.
lot, man. On my channel, I'm trying to go for like, because I kind of want to do what Electroboom's doing without directly copying his content.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
kind of want to mix a little bit of explosions in with the stuff too, because that seems to do well.
Yeah, it
Like
does.
the
But,
fails real.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far I only have I'm kind of taking inspiration from a bunch of channels, honestly.
Mhm.
I'm as of right now I'm okay. So I'm numbering every video I have too,
Yeah.
but yeah, the next video on my channel, because I have one video up right now. It's like a kind of a review and explaining how the One Tesla works, because I have one of those One Tesla kits.
Yeah.
So I basically go into light detail on how that thing works. The video's not the best, but it works. The next video I'm working on is just gonna be a showcase of the one I just finished building.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I'll definitely go and subscribe. And
What's his channel
you guys, is your channel name The Real Engineer?
Yeah, I mean it's just my profile. The account that on YouTube that I have is the same account. So
Okay.
like the profile in the chat.
Sure. There you are in the chat. Let me see if I can. Do you know how to go to a channel in the chat, Mason?
You should be able to. Oh, no, that's just on comments. Yeah, I don't know. I can send you a link though.
All right. Mason's gonna grab the link for that. Yeah, we'll definitely check it out. In fact, there we go. I found it.
Thanks, man.
Is
Yeah,
the
of
one
course.
with 46 subs?
Now 47.
Dude, I got 42 subs. Last time I checked, I had like 30. I didn't have 40.
Well, dope.
Wait. Yeah, I think I got most of my the fame in quotation marks from TikTok because I have a TikTok account. And that's really what I started off on.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's great. I'm not familiar with how to use those platforms at all, but I probably should be because there's a lot of social traffic flows through them. So, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. Yeah. So another thing I was gonna say was, when did you what inspired you to start your channel?
Oh yeah. So originally the main inspiration was trying to have a video for projects I was working on so that I could go back and be like, oh, that's what I did wrong. And a lot of those videos actually aren't even listed anymore because they're really, really bad. And then it started turning more into, oh, since I'm already experimenting, testing along with this, might as well be uploading it as a tutorial kind of thing so other people can see what I don't know, then it just kind of snowballed from there a bit. And then there was a long gap of time where I haven't really posted anything while I was at college and getting some stuff figured out. But yeah, that's essentially it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Thanks.
What college do you go to, or did you go to?
I went to BYU, and I got a math and a physics degree from there.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah,
cool.
thanks. It was pretty fun. Good times.
I guess another thing I should mention was another source of inspiration, like just like not just for electronics, but just for like doing projects in general.
Mm-hmm.
That I had was actually from the King of Random. That dude, what's his name? Grant Thompson. That
Yeah.
he played a huge role in my interest in just engineering in general. So
Totally.
in fact, if
used
it
to-
were for him, I probably wouldn't even be interested in it.
Yeah, I have some stories about him. He was a good friend. I went to his house a bunch of different times where he'd invite me over. And at one point even, like this is back then, before I went to, or maybe during my first year of college, he was like, hey, I'm wanting to retire, and he offered for me to go on and manage and make videos on his channel. But I didn't do it because I'm busy with college. But I miss him. He was a really cool guy. He was really, really nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really sad. I was really devastated when he passed, honestly.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that they kept going with the channel though.
Totally. Yeah.
Nate and Kelly do a pretty good job.
That's good to hear. I haven't checked out his channel much in the past while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and actually, it wasn't too long ago when I actually what's it called? I found when I found Tanner
Mhm.
on YouTube. That I think one of the first videos that I saw of his was his video on how to make like a Geiger counter. Because I went through a phase a while back where I just was obsessed with radiation
Mhm.
and stuff, and I tore apart smoke detectors and stuff to get the Mericium out of it.
Yeah, that's scary stuff,
However you
man.
pronounce
That's
it.
scary stuff. Haven't you heard about like that Boy Scout that did the
I did, yeah.
about radiation burns and stuff? Yeah. You gotta be careful with that.
That
But
that
fascinating.
story is actually what kind of drove me away from that, honestly.
Mhm. Me too.
Because I kind of got a little freaked out about it.
Yeah.
I was gonna get cancer and stuff. So
Mhm.
yeah. And I remember a long time ago, like several years back, like
Mhm.
way before I like hardly watched YouTube at the time. Well, I did a little bit, but
Mhm.
a long time ago, I had an old CRT, and then I also had like 4 microwave transformers. And at the time, I'm like 10 years old, so this is already not very smart of me. But
That's very dangerous.
I know. So what I did is I tried to connect the MOTs to the tube,
Mm-hmm.
and it kind of worked a little bit, sorta, not really. But I remember not too long after that, I freaked out and threw out my tube because I heard that vacuum arcs in a vacuum generate X-rays and stuff. So after that, I kind of quit it with the vacuum tube stuff too. But yeah, it wasn't until recently where I started getting into like logic level electronics and stuff.
Yeah, logic level stuff is much more safe, at least for now, to like the AI take over or something like that. But it's a lot more safe, certainly. And the thing about like those CRT tubes, hopefully you're relatively fine, because I think normally they operate like at 15,000 volts or something, depending on the size, of course. And generally it's just with the higher voltages that you'll start getting X-rays leaking in. But they do have like the lead coating everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. They do have a lead coating on it.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of which, Electroboom's latest video with the cathode ray thing.
Oh, I haven't seen it. What is it about?
Yeah. I won't
Freaking
spoil.
terrifying.
Dude, this guy takes a Marx generator, connects it to this like makeshift vacuum CRT that he made, and he's like pulsing like, I don't know, it looks like 50,000 volts straight through this thing. It's so terrifying to look at, because you can see the glass glowing from like the X-rays and whatever. Yeah, and he didn't have a Geiger counter, so I'm like sitting here like, oh my gosh, don't do that, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. I don't know. It probably wasn't until like a year ago that I became really adverse to not wanting to do anything with X-ray generation projects. I used to really want to, but I'm too scared about like all of the drawbacks. It's pretty
Like
scary
a
stuff.
ray gun?
What?
You know, I found
That project we made a while ago, there was like basically a gun of it.
Oh,
was it microwave radiation?
Yeah, that was a microwave one, which is still a little dangerous, but like it's not gonna give you cancer, luckily, because it's less energy.
Oh yeah.
well, there's that beryllium in the tube that can give you cancer.
That's true.
Or not cancer. Well,
the little ceramic disc thing that if it breaks, you have a very high chance of dying. And it's not in every single one of them, but that is very, very true on the magnetron. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. On the magnetron, like that little antenna thing that sticks out.
Yeah.
I know some. I think it's the white ones that you want to stay away from.
I thought it was purple.
No, because the purple ones I thought are the ones that aren't bad, because I heard that the ones that I mean I could be wrong, but I heard from, I think it's Diode Gone Wild, in one of his videos he said that the pinkish ones and the purple ones have like chromium oxide or something like that in them, so it's not as bad. I mean, like I said, I could be wrong, but yeah, I believe that is what is yeah. But nonetheless, I'm still gonna
look this
treat
up
them. Yeah. Nonetheless, I'm gonna treat them all like they have beryllium, because I really don't like dying.
That's fair. Dying is an unfavorable option, I think.
No. Well, you got to be careful with the microwaves too, because like they can make you blind, because like they heat up your eyes or whatever.
Totally, your eyes are great size to be little resonant chambers for microwaves. Totally.
They're like the grapes, like with the plasma that comes out of them.
Totally, yeah.
Oh, I would hate being that person.
But yeah, ever since I told my parents about the dangers of microwaves, they say that I'm not allowed to even use a microwave transformer unless like a couple of people are in the house.
Yeah, I don't blame them. This one time,
and I don't either.
Yeah. In fact, my parents, since I did the microwave gun back when I was like second year of high school, my My parents definitely threw that away. I don't have it anymore because that's pretty dangerous. And I think that's fair.
Wait, the one that you made in the video?
Uh-huh.
Oh, ouch. That sucks because that thing was cool.
It was cool, but it was very dangerous. I mean,
It was
like even the
super
microwave,
dangerous. You
yeah,
got like a microwave transformer
just
on top.
exposed right
and
there.
stuff.
Like, in fact, one time when I was using it, I think like the front handle just felt, because I was showing it to friends, like, oh, look, I can point the light bulb across the room, the fluorescent tube, and then it glows up. How very cool. And then like the front handle fell off, and I dropped it, and like the exposed part of that transformer almost touched me, and that would hurt quite bad. In fact, this one time I was drawing arcs from an MOT, that transformer, off of just like a piece of metal, but I didn't notice that the piece of metal had another piece of metal lying to it, which was then touching a big bank of capacitors that I had, because I had a whole bunch of those microwave oven capacitors, like 4 of them. 4 or 5
yeah,
of them.
huh?
Yeah. All just sitting there, and I didn't know that I was sitting there charging it up to be like 2,200 volts. So then anyways, afterwards, I went over and I picked up that bank, and it all just discharged through me, and it was such a bad shock. I felt my head hurt for like 2 weeks. Yeah, my head was hurting for like 2 weeks, and my heart hurt for like 3 weeks. It was not good. But
Did it shock just your hand, or did it go through like your whole chest?
It went
like,
through my
did you
whole
touch
chest.
It with 2 hands, or did you touch it with like 1 hand?
I went through my whole chest. 'Cause I
Oh
was,
my gosh.
Yeah, I was picking up a big sheet of metal at the same time, and then I was picking up the capacitors to move them, and so it grounded to that sheet of metal through my chest, and it was very bad. But it didn't. It was the most bizarre feeling, because I remember it just felt like water flowing through my veins. It didn't feel like pain or anything, but it was a big kick. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, I saw what's his name? The Backyard Scientist. One of his older videos he tried to make like a really dangerous defibrillator
Mm-hmm.
to like see if he could make Snake move or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he used a microwave transformer and one of those capacitors, and he said like, oh my gosh, if you touch that thing, if you touch it in the wrong spot, it might stop your heart. So that's kind of scary.
It was very scary. It knocked me to the ground.
And you had like 3, 4 of them, something like that.
Yep. It was not good.
Oh my.
It's not good.
Oh boy. that's yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit more careful of it now. Or like at least the voltage that I play around with, if it's high voltage, I always make sure it's relatively low current, so that like worst case scenario, it just charges your skin a little bit. It won't cause any lasting damage.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary stuff. It's real scary stuff.
Yeah, I had 2 microwave transformers. I destroyed one of them because actually recently when I was trying to make before I decided that I was going to make a dual resonant solid state Tesla coil. I decided I was going to make a CW Tesla coil, or like a constant wavelength, right? And 170 volts DC from the mains was too much, so I decided to cut open the transformer and rewind it to give me like 50 volts or something like that.
Sure. Yeah.
And so when I did that, I'm glad I didn't end up using it in the final design, because it really does look terrible. But yeah, I mean, that's what happened to one of my transformers. The other transformer is sitting on my shelf. It's a little torn up because I was doing like some arc welding with it.
Yeah.
Like with the primary coil inductance, like it like the inductive spiking of it or whatever is like enough to make some decent arcs and heat up metal and stuff. But it tore up those little prongs on it, so it's basically useless.
Yeah.
The only reason I have it is because eventually I'm gonna take the primary windings out of it.
Yeah, I've only done a few different times trying to rewind those. Trying to rewind those MOTs. They are really good for just replacing at least that secondary one out with whatever one you want. If it's just like a really high gauge stuff, you can get really insane current flowing through it. Yeah.
You know, that was one of the really early projects that I did. I followed Grant Thompson's video where he he made one of those metal melters or whatever with one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he used like 8-gauge wire or whatever, or something. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
It was really thick wire, but the thing is it wasn't solid core wire. It had like a bunch of it was like it had a bunch of fibers in it. It wasn't like solid core.
Stranded core.
So when I did it and I went to the store, there wasn't any like thick. There was thick wire with that gauge, but it was like I wouldn't say it's solid core, but it had like really thick individual wires inside of it.
Okay.
So when I was like winding it, because we had to cut open the side of the transformer, obviously, but when I was like winding it in it was super hard because the stuff is like super hard to bend and stuff. But it was pretty cool in the end, but it didn't last very long because I eventually melted all the wire on it.
Yeah, that'll happen. That's happened to me as well. It just gets really, really hot really fast.
Yeah, it really does. One thing that was smart about his design is he put like these replaceable kind of like things, like they're like ring terminals that he, like these giant ring terminals he put on the end of it, so you could like attach like bolts to it so it wouldn't like destroy it, and that was really smart. I originally wanted to do that, but I kind of cheaped out and didn't want to do it.
That's fair, and you could actually you can get the wires already like that if you look for the wires I think that are made to connect electric go-kart batteries together. They are those that high gauge wire with those terminals.
I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You can also use like the jump starting wire that you use, that like people use for like cars and stuff.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and actually I have a funny story relating to high current transformers.
Sure.
But this happened like a month ago too. So you know how Tanner goes to the electronics warehouse, right?
Yeah.
I think you actually joined one of his live streams too, a long time ago when he did it. I remember. But
it wouldn't surprise me. Him and I got.
Yeah, he was just at the electronics. Wait, what did you say?
I said
a little bit.
I said yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Him and I got together a couple times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's fine. I just it cut out for a second, so I thought you said something. So yeah. Anyways, So I went to this store, and I remember it had a really big current transformer there, and it's not a transformer. It's not like a micro transformer which generates high current. It's like a current transformer that measures high current. And I bought that thing thinking it had a primary coil that connected to the mains, and then the output was like 800 amps or something. So I bought that, and I went home, and then it kept tripping the breaker every time I plugged it in. I was like, why is it tripping it? And then I looked online, and then I saw that was actually a current transformer, not just like a step-down transformer with a lot of current output.
That is pretty funny. Yeah.
So I had to return it, but yeah.
Yeah. I've never had one of those nice warehouses near me. And I've always been like the closest thing I've had is just like pick apart car junkyards to get their ignition coils, and but so that kind of sucks.
Yeah, I think we were all kind of devastated when Radio Shack closed down.
Oh yeah, I bought everything they had.
That's fair.
You know, the thing is back when they were open, I wasn't I didn't really know too much about electronics, so I only bought like really simple, like motors and stuff. I didn't really know how to use any of the other transistors and stuff there. But yeah, it wasn't until recently that I really began to appreciate how much Radio Shack is, and I'm really thankful I actually found the electronics warehouse, because that place really can help you when you're in a pinch, honestly.
Oh, totally. I believe that 100%. And I'd say it's a similar thing with like Radio Shack, because they're much more expensive than online, but But if you need just
Oh
that
yeah,
one
they're
part in a
way more
project,
expensive.
yeah, and you don't want to wait weeks for it to get here from China, then yeah.
Yeah, where do you get most of your electronics? I personally get mine off of DigiKey and LCSE.
That's smart. For the most part, well, when I was in university, there was an EE shop, and that was really nice because I could just go in there and they had tons of components all over the place, including tons of like variable capacitors, like the old air gap ones, and those are pretty nice because they sold them for like $1 a piece, which is a pretty good deal. But before that, it would mainly just be salvaging them from broken TVs and broken microwaves and broken whatever electronics I can get my hand on and desoldering them. Yeah, and then these days it would probably just be ordering them off of eBay and Amazon, and probably more likely eBay. But yeah, DigiKey is a good source as well.
Yeah. Personally, though, I like DigiKey's really wide variety of options and their fast delivery time, but LCSE really does beat DigiKey when it comes to prices.
What website was that?
The same transistor that LCSE.com. It's more of a Chinese company, and they do admittedly have a lot less options than DigiKey, but they have killer deals. Those IGBTs those IRFP 250 MOSFETs.
Yeah.
They're much cheaper they're like $1.08 on LCSE compared to like DigiKey. I think they're like $2 on DigiKey. I'm not sure. It's really a much better deal.
That's nice. And I've never trusted the. I used to order those in bulk from things like eBay, but I swear half of them would just be like broken out of the box and be nowhere near the specifications. So, yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, they would always just not be good at all. Yeah, they were cheap, and I guess there's a reason for it. But that sounds great. Sorry, what was that website one more time? I'm gonna write that down.
I can type in the chat. It's lcse.com. LCSE.
Well, awesome.
Yeah, they really cheap components. I mean, you do have to wait like 2 weeks to get your stuff, or else you have to pay like $30 shipping. But like, if you choose the international registered mail, that's what it says. Then that's the cheapest option, and it takes 7 to 15 business days. From my experience, it actually takes longer though. It takes like 2.5, 3 weeks sometimes. But yeah, it's really worth it for their deals.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Have you seen that whole like saga about fake chips being sold on eBay?
No, I haven't.
Going on?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's why I don't order stuff on eBay.
Yeah, every single like retro computer YouTuber got involved in it at some point. Because like if you're ordering old like synthesizer chips or whatever for computers that they don't make anymore, problems with like people just selling you random chips with new branding on them, or like old salvage chips that have been retinned and stuff. So there's this whole deal, and people were like decapping ICs, sticking them under microscopes and stuff, and doing all sorts of investigations about it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Curious Mark has some good videos on that.
We'll have to check that out.
And I think sometimes Amazon has that issue too, because like I've bought 555 timers off of Amazon, and they like you can see they look different. I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, they all work the same, but I'm not 100% sure if they are from different people. But like the package it comes in just looks cheaper sometimes when I get it from some sellers. So they could be fake. I don't know.
I mean, if it works, probably not. But yeah, some people use like ceramic packaging and some don't. It's always really sketchy when you buy like a 50-pack of ICs and they're all like different packages, so they were clearly like salvaged or something.
Yeah, totally.
Why else would you buy like different? Yeah, it was funny hearing. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say it's really. This is why I always buy from like bulk sellers like Digi-Key and LCSC, just because they're way more reliable than just people on the internet selling ICs, you know, or other transistors or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. It was funny hearing your stories about doing all of this main stuff when you were 10. It's like my story just was totally flipped. I started out doing... Actually, it sounds really silly, but like a very formative thing in my youth about, you know, what made me want to go into electrical engineering was Minecraft. As Redstone.
Dude, same here. Same here
Yes.
so much, dude. I used to be a Minecraft freaking nerd, dude, and that's all I did. Like, like, my YouTube channel at the time was, like, totally dedicated to Minecraft Redstone. Like, that's all I would do. It's surprisingly similar to electronics.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, I'm a freshman in college now, and I'm still just playing Minecraft, doing Redstone, because it's, like, it's literally, like, you start doing, like, Boolean algebra, you start dealing with logic gates, so just, like, going from Minecraft to logic level chips is a surprisingly easy jump, so
I know.
kind of unknowingly I was learning about all of this from, you know, pretty early on. I haven't really messed with any, like, main circuitry or anything yet. I mean, I have a mostly disassembled microwave, like, I scrap parts and whatever. But, you know, really haven't messed with that too much.
Yeah, I mean, I every time I look back, like when I was much younger, I'm appalled by the fact that the first projects that I did were like some of the most dangerous ones. Like the stuff I should have been doing back then is the stuff I'm doing now, and the stuff I could have that would be smarter to be doing now is the stuff I did a long time ago. And
Same here.
I mean, I look back at it and I'm like, dude, you could have killed yourself. I swear.
That's fair, but the dangerous stuff is like what gets your attention and what gets you intrigued. Because like, who doesn't want to make like lightning in their garage or something, you know?
I know that really was the you know the whole reason why I did it. I mean, it's so cool seeing like an arc like that. Like the first when you first see something like that, it's like it's so unnatural. You don't see that kind of thing in real life, in like in your average life. So like as soon as you see it, it really is a rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. It's very nice.
Yeah, and I'm right now. I mean, I'm kind of in the whole musical testicle frenzy right now.
Oh,
but
I understand that. I've never built a big musical testicle coil, but it's always been something I've wanted. Just a very inspiring object.
It really is a headache-inducing rabbit hole to go down, but it really does pay off in the end. You can make some ridiculously cool stuff, and it's from my experience, it really isn't too difficult. You just need to kind of understand the idea of how like a solid state testicle kind of works. Not in well, I'm more specifically I'm talking more about the dual resonant solid state testicles, or like the interrupted ones. Not so much the constant wave one, like the one you built back in your desktop testicle video.
Yeah.
That was like a constant. That was like Slayer Exciter, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Slayer Exciter? I don't remember.
I've definitely built a Slayer Exciter, but it's definitely a very similar concept to it. Using kind of like that diode and like a single transistor as like an oscillator. It's very, very, very similar concept. Yeah.
Right, like in a way, when you get into this solid state testicle stuff with like the interruption and stuff, I mean, truth be told, if I'm being totally honest, my dual resonant solid state testicle that I finished, it's literally all 555 timer driven. Everything is 555, even the like. Okay, so the oscillator that drives like the testicle itself, not the interrupted timer, but like the main timer that generates the 300 kilohertz frequency for the
Mm-hmm.
for the resonance.
Sure.
That's a 555 timer, and so is the interrupter. Actually, it's a 555 timer too.
Mm-hmm.
It really is an awesome chip.
Oh, it's
But,
it's my favorite chip. 100%. It's very versatile.
I use it so much all the time. Like when I first learned how to use it, I mean, I was just like, I can understand why everybody loves this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was my childhood.
Yeah, it's a
Started me
great
out.
guy. It's fantastic. And they make
Yeah,
these,
I mean,
they make these special
What do you say?
555 time. Oh, they make these special 555 timer chips that also like, I think if I'm not mistaken, they can go up to like 4 megahertz and stuff. And I've never.
yes, that's the thing. The timer that I used for the coil wasn't a regular timer. It's actually a TLC 555. It goes to 2 megahertz.
That's awesome.
Because the regular ones only go up to 100 kilohertz.
Yeah.
And that wasn't high enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always wanted to get one of those high frequency ones and then play around with it for like radio stuff. Radio stuff is pretty fun, I think. Then a while ago, I made a radio with an Arduino because Arduinos normally can't go up to that high frequency, but you can do like these clever workarounds to get it to be broadcasting at a high frequency.
Right, you use the crystal, right?
Yeah.
In the
Yeah.
that drives the clock, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you can use that to get up in those radio ranges. So that's some pretty fun stuff.
Yeah, shoot, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, what was like, okay, like what is your go-to MOSFET driver? I mean, this is kind of random, but what is your go-to MOSFET driver when you're gonna drive like a high power circuit? So like, let's just say you're gonna make an induction heater or something. Like, what's your go-to driver?
An induction heater. I really
Not
for
necessarily,
an
but like
induction heater.
just a high power switching.
Yeah. For the induction heater, there's a nice one you can make with Zener diodes and stuff. It's called like ZVS switching circuit.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I know that one.
Yeah, that one's pretty good for driving any amount of high current. With that kind of double feedback oscillation going on. So
Yeah.
I don't know. That's one of my favorites, especially for high voltage as well. It can make really high current, high voltage, and it's just really a really phenomenal circuit.
Tanner made a really cool one on his channel.
Well,
Like
I'll
he got
check it
some
out.
really serious output out of his ZVS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
I
need
guess
to.
wait, go ahead.
Oh no, you can go ahead. I was just gonna say a tangential thing.
Oh, yeah. So, do you I'm gonna ask another ridiculous question, but do you know who Maker J101 is? Have you seen that kid?
I
don't. He doesn't really make videos anymore, but he used to.
The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I don't remember it right offhand.
He made an engine, like a 2-stroke engine out of a compressor, and he also made a ZVS driver. It was one of his older
cool.
videos, but anyways, why I'm bringing it up because in his ZVS design,
Mm-hmm.
he made his own flyback, and well, actually, that's
Like he wound his
that's kind
own?
of like a.
Or-
I say it one more time.
Like, are you talking
kinda-
about the flyback
cut out.
transformer kind of thing, or just the circuit?
Yeah, I was gonna say I have his design was interesting to me because he didn't actually use a PCB for it. He managed to solder it all directly to he managed to just solder it all on top of a heatsink and have all the wires go to each other. It was pretty interesting. But
That does sound vaguely familiar,
One thing-
actually. I think I've seen that.
yeah, and he wound the transformer with like a sewing machine motor, and then he put in oil and stuff.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. It's been a long time since I've seen
Yeah.
that.
So yeah, that video actually inspired me to make my own transformer too. So actually, okay, I have a kind of a random question, but what defines a flyback transformer? Is it have to do with the diodes in it?
I mean, the diodes help. I think it's something that's specifically made for something called the flyback effect. I can't remember what the exact definition is of that. 1 second.
Because like, wouldn't it just be called just a step-up transformer? Because like we call like you see a power line transformer, you don't call that a flyback transformer. You just say that's a step-up transformer.
Yeah. I think the specific thing about that is that the ones on the power lines are made for just continuous things, and it is a step-up transformer. You're absolutely correct, but I think it's specifically that they have diodes and stuff made for the voltage on the primary side being cut off, so you get that inductive spike to send a huge amount of voltage forward. Because in a TV, I think, or like even how you can drive a flyback
square
transformer.
wave, right?
Yeah. So you can throw in the and that's all for just getting the inductive or the flyback effect, the inductive spike to be sending a higher voltage through the other side than what you'd normally expect from the input, from the winding ratio.
Right. That's why they never use a sine wave, huh?
Yes.
That's why you hear that sharp noise coming out of TVs, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well then, that is what I built. Then I did make a flyback, but
Fair enough.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was that video that he made with the transformer is what inspired me to build that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think it's a really good, it's a fun project, and it's not too dangerous. It's not like building a microwave transformer.
Yeah, that's fair. I've always wanted to. I've always had bad luck when I've been winding things. Like I used to wind my own Tesla coils a lot. Well, whenever I made a Tesla coil, I wind it, but whenever I tried to make really big ones, it would always be really unfortunate because I'd be getting through. I don't know. One time I'd spent like 16 hours winding one, and then there was a certain point in the coil of wire itself that like I was using to wind it, that it was like knotted around itself in a way that could not be undone. So I just had to cut the wire.
No.
Yeah,
You had to cut it.
Completely sucked.
No,
Yeah.
that sucks so bad.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I actually, so, actually a couple of years ago, I don't know, it was like 2 or 3 years ago, I got a lathe just for this reason. So I asked for a cheap lathe just from like Harbor Freight or something.
Yeah.
For like Christmas or something. And then I used this lathe like just for that purpose. It's so useful for winding Tesla coils, transformers, all that stuff. And the thing is if you like because you know how when you're like winding a Tesla coil and you like overlap the wire once and you have to go back?
Uh-huh.
It makes it super easy, and you can just go back, and it really, like a Tesla winding like a secondary coil that would normally take, like you said, like 16 hours to wind, takes like 20 minutes. It's really nice.
That sounds that sounds incredibly nice. Yeah, that sounds really nice.
You just gotta be careful not to go too fast, or else you'll snap the wire.
Mm-hmm.
I did that a couple times, like halfway through. That really sucked.
Yeah, that sounds incredibly nice. I've always been scared of doing that, just because I always feel like that I would just get too intense with it, and like you said, end up snapping the wire or overlap things too intensely, and get it all knotted up. But obviously, I haven't had much success doing it with my hands either. So I bet you're right. I bet that's the way to go.
I mean, yeah, or you could, or like what Jay says on his channel, you could be a long-haired heathen and use a drill.
That's fair. I did buy a drill recently, so maybe I can use that.
I mean, not using a lathe to make Tesla coil secondaries is a valid way of making income, because those people who sell them on eBay usually don't have actual winding machines. They just have PVC pipe and a lathe and then sell it for a pretty good markup. So
that's fair.
Possible business opportunity right there.
Yeah. How much do they go
You're
for?
You're so right. You know,
I mean,
to answer your question,
eBay.
StyroPyro, in one of his videos, do you know who StyroPyro is?
Yeah, totally.
Everyone did.
So in his Tesla coil video, where he made his giant spark gap Tesla coil,
Mm-hmm.
he mentioned that he bought his secondary coil because he didn't want to wind it. He bought it for like $50 on eBay. $50 for this big coil.
That's ridiculous.
This big secondary coil, yeah. So yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, you could make a profit off of it.
Yeah, and that sounds ridiculous, but like for the person like me that's like, oh man, it's either pay $50 or I gotta spend 16 hours winding something and then have it fail. I might fall for that. I might do it.
That really does suck.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're right at the end, like 3/4 of the way through.
Totally. All right, you said.
I sent them both to you to Discord.
Okay. Let's see. Apparently there are some questions in Discord. Let's find out. Mason's been sending them from the chat. So, the first one was give a thumbs up IRL, which.
Oh no, that was just me to make sure you were saying that, but apparently you weren't.
I did see that part. See that part. Yeah. From viewer, how did you gain experience in electrical engineering? And do you have any tips that would help me before I go study in college? I don't know. The best thing seems to be just self-practice. Find the projects you're passionate about and you're very interested in, and then study it. And if you can, try to make it more efficient. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, for a lot of people, it's like, oh, test the coils. Those are really flashy. Those are really interesting. Have fun with it. If you're wanting to test the coils, you can go as simple or as advanced as you want. You could do the simple, very small test coils, or you could go up to like giant SS, TC, or solid state test the coils that modulate music and stuff like that. So there's a wide variety of even complexity in those things. So just find the thing you're passionate about, and make that as a project and increment yourself up that way. That'd be my advice for studying electrical engineering outside of college. And I was an electrical engineering major, but it was only for like half a year, and then I switched over to physics and math. Yeah, but Mason in the room, he was electrical engineering, or yeah. So yeah, pretty good stuff. Another viewer says, "What is your career plan?" Right now, okay. So this is like I said this earlier in the chat, or in the live stream, but this is like I have like a 10-step. Yeah. We got the pizza. Right now the plate is up. We'll get some more pizza to show. Yeah, sure. We got to show that there's pizza, and I'll be talking about the career thing. But yes, we got the pizza. We got the pizza. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Talking. Look at this. This is pizza. It says, yeah. This is pizza. We got it. Thank you very, very much. So talking about the career path thing, I have a 10-step approach. To my main goal, the thing that I'm maybe driven by the most, I'd say, is that I really want furthering of brain-machine interface, and eventually maybe
Neuralink.
Neuralink stuff, yes, but even steps beyond that, such as like digitize yourself. That'd be very, very nice. That's been
Connecting your nervous system to a computer
yes,
somehow.
yeah. That'd be very, very nice. I don't know how far off that technology is, but that's the one thing I want. Yeah. So the career path that I have for that right now is make a whole lot of companies. So that I can get enough money that then I can dump it all into research and development on that kind of stuff. So right now I have a few different apps. And right now, as a side job, I work as a software developer, not doing app development, but I do full stack development on like a crowdfunding project. And then I have a few app companies that I started up one and launched it 2 weeks ago. and I am building a social media platform that will be launching, I don't know, probably 2 months from now, because it's a big intensive thing, very big intensive project. And there's also like a what's the word? Tenant landlord management app to manage all the funds and all the transfers and all the, basically to automate that process a bit. So there'll be those apps.
Hey Nate,
Uh-huh.
have you ever tried DMT?
No,
What is that?
I don't know what that is, but
Theoretically speaking.
I have not, but I would not be opposed to. I should not say listening to it now. I have not, no, but yeah.
Some good stuff, man.
Clockwork Elves.
Have you ever heard of selective androgen receptor modulators?
No, I haven't.
No? Hey man, that's some good stuff too. I've recently read the clinical data of the most recently published papers, and the opinions of the individuals who are completing the trials are that it is a very effective treatment for what it is designed to do. And what it is designed to do is selectively target androgen receptor sites, which increases protein synthesis. Now, typically people will call that a steroid, but steroids have a half-life of multiple months to, maybe even a year, which will decrease your natural testosterone production. Is not a very good thing. That's why people who take steroids have some side effects. But the selective androgen receptor modulator, they have a half-life of only a few days, maybe a week. So the research has proven that testosterone hormonal levels return to their natural baseline within a month to even a few weeks. And it is legally available for purchase. It is not FDA regulated, but it soon shall be. And it is available for purchase at places like Nootropic Source. It is a very safe and effective American company that is legally distributing their, clinically researched molecule. So I have personal experience with this, and I can highly recommend it.
Fair enough. I will research it out. What did you say it was called?
Rad 140 is the best stuff. It causes the least amount of testosterone reduction. And in my personal experience, leads to massive amounts of muscular gain with minimal effort, without any kind of side effects. So, some people get a little bit of an elbow rash. Like, I got an elbow rash for a week, and it went away. No problem.
All right. Fair enough.
Are you trying to sell us something?
Yeah. And so you typically, you can do the research.
Okay.
You can do the research, but you want to get Testalone or Rad 140.
140.
All right. We'll research it out. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome, bro.
Yeah.
You're welcome, man. I appreciate all the work you've done, man.
Thank you very much.
Inspiration to me and my siblings. So very much appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. Oh,
Hey,
and also, thank you to The Real Engineer and Nirvana. I guess they sent super chats. I'll have to go read them really quickly. That's really
there
kind.
wasn't a message on either of them.
There wasn't a message?
I didn't send a message. I just sent $1, but yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you.
You're welcome, man.
That's very kind of you.
It's the least I could do, man.
The least would be, like already watching videos is plenty, and especially like making your own things. That's very, very good. That's very, very good. I think any kind of building up excitement for anyone to be continuing projects on any level is a very, very good thing. So yeah, I do appreciate it very, very much. Going to that career plan thing. So after the app phase, after all those tech companies are made and grown and sold, then there's a few different physical goods companies that I have in mind to create, because physical goods has higher startup cost. That's there's some better terminology for that, but yeah. One of those is going to be a company called Pixel. Another one is going to be a company called Chameleon, and there's a third company that I can't remember right now. And then after that, hopefully there's enough amount or amassed to start diverging into brain-machine interfacing kind of stuff to follow after that main goal. Yeah, because that's
insane, man.
Yeah, it should be. Hopefully we get there. It'd be really nice. It'd be really, really nice. Yeah, that's. I think it's very, very important. Very, very, very important. So, yeah.
Looks like you got a bright future.
Well, we'll see what happens in 30 years. But thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like in the next 30 years or so, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be.
I guess I should mention that another reason that I did start the YouTube channel is because I kind of want to document, the projects I've been doing when I was younger. So when I apply for MIT in a couple years, I'll be able to present it.
Oh, totally. That stuff will help you so much for the rest of your life, probably, or for the rest of at least your young life. YouTube has definitely helped me substantially in a lot of things, in a lot of career things, in a lot of application things. I don't know. It tends to help quite a lot. So that's a very good idea. It's a very good idea. Yeah.
I think I kind of got the idea from Tanner's channel too, because it seems like that's kind of what he did too.
Yep.
I mean, because I remember his earlier he went to MIT 2 years after he started his channel or something like that, right? Am I wrong or?
Well,
I think
he applied to it.
I think so. I don't know.
But I think the first time he went to MIT was this last school year, because he went on a 2-year hiatus for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, he went on a mission for.
Yeah.
Dang, he grinded videos for all summer long, and he that's insane.
Yeah,
I don't have.
It was absolutely insane. It just kept on uploading. I kind of forgot, and I was like, oh man, I guess he never actually left. And then one day I noticed that it was just all pre-recorded. I was like, oh, I guess he is gone. That's insane work ethic. I think that's so impressive.
Yeah, no, he mentioned they made 47 videos or something like that during the summertime. And his videos aren't slow or quick 2-minute videos either. He's full 10-15 minute long videos.
Yeah, he freaking hustled there. He hustled. It was very, very impressive. Mm-hmm. He's a really cool guy.
He's dedicated to his channel, that's for sure.
Totally. It's I really like it. I really like his work ethic. For those of you in the chat, if there's any of you that want to speak but cannot, go ahead and let me know, and then we'll make sure that you're approved. Because I guess you can't talk unless you're approved. And if you were already approved, because there's other people, mods stuff standing by doing that stuff, then you have to exit the chat and rejoin it, and then it'll let you unmute yourself. So that's a little input there, little input. Let's see. I have been procrastinating the productive app in a fun turn of events. So here, I guess, which again, this is just idly going on till there's other conversations going on. Anyone can feel free to just jump in whenever they want and say whatever they want. So here, to spur things up, we have a thing where you can enter in the number of minutes, and we have the input box for chat, input box for your task. Then this will be a confirm button, which should be styled differently. Let's go ahead and give that a better look. I'm using this card variable from before because I didn't want to make a whole button class. Probably should just make a button class. Whatever, it's fine. We're here.
Are you coding in C?
This is React Native.
Is this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, is like no, I mean like is the coding language C or is like a JavaScript or something?
It's JavaScript. It's JavaScript. Yeah, that's fair. I guess React Native is just a combination between React and JavaScript. And I guess React Native is just
I was gonna learn JavaScript last year, but my site we didn't have time. That sucks.
Fair enough. JavaScript is useful for internet. That's about. It's not the fastest language, but it's really fast to spin up. So, sorry, it's not the fastest running language. Once you're running it, since it's not compiled ever, it's on the fly, kind of like Python. But it's fine, I think.
Isn't that called interpreted?
Like the style of language, it might be. I'm not sure.
Well, like if it's not compiled, isn't that called interpreted? Is that what it's called?
It might be. You're probably right. I mean, that sounds correct.
I watched a Ben Heck video and he talked about that kind of stuff. And I mean, I don't know anything about programming. I'm just like guessing basically, but
yeah, it's called interpreting. Although people get really like annoying about the differences between them because you can technically compile Python. You could probably compile JavaScript somehow, technically, even though that's not how you normally do it. So they get all angry if you call Python a interpreted language because technically you can compile it still.
Fair enough.
It's still an interpreted language. I don't care what anyone says.
Thank you, Mason. All right, so we are going to make a function call here, and notice I'm not doing it the cool way that I said to do it a second ago because I don't want to do that anymore. We are going to have this be on submit. This will be a function called during that, and we are going to be taking the task and the num minutes. Ooh, we need to be passing in to here the current time, I guess. Or current index, I guess is all we need to care about. Current index. We have to think about the styling of this app. Hey, Mason.
Yeah.
What do you think is the most efficient way to do this? Because basically, we're trying to just put tasks one after another. You know, we just input in the minutes, and then it will tell you, it'll generate the amount of time from where you're at now to that point, and then continuing forward. And so that's all going to be stored in a cache, right? But we want to make sure that's like a rolling thing. Maybe I just make it so every day you submit what your next day is going to be.
I mean, I know the way you plan, and if this is just a for you app, it's every day you plan the next day. If you want to make this more generalizable, then people probably want to be able to plan out on different time scales or weeks in advance or something like that.
Yeah. Let's go to the chat. Let's see what the chat wants to say about this.
Maybe putting together a meeting itinerary. Speaking of the chat, what apps have you made so far?
Oh, the apps that I have... There's actually only been one main app that I've published, and that is called Coupon Chase. It is only going to make sense if you live inside of like a Utah Valley area. So it's not very not very easily scalable because you have to get businesses on and then people on, and it's kind of like this weird geolocation trading game.
Tell me more about this. I happen to live in that area.
Oh.
Maybe I could be of use.
Fair enough. Well, then you're welcome to download it. I launched it 2 weeks ago. It's called Coupon Chase. Yeah.
Chase.
You'd have to go to like Provo area and search that area to get it to pop up. Or
I live there.
Inside.
No.
Oh, dope. So that's where I'm at as well. That's kind of funny.
Well. Okay.
Yeah.
This is on Google Play.
Yeah, it's on Google Play and iOS. The Google Play one is a bit weird right now because they're really selective with how they push out updates. So if you get the Google Play version, you should probably get the app, kill it, and then reopen it because I have over-the-air updates enabled, and I haven't been able to push out the thing that just automatically pulls it and reloads the app to Google Play because of some location permissions that they aren't into. That's just been a real big hassle process with them. But the iOS one is fully updated.
So I haven't been near
Okay, I found
this
it.
this time. Are you planning on posting the video to your channel, or is it going to be privated afterwards?
Like, you can be spicy if you want to be. The last one wasn't actually made private. The last one was just made unlisted because I felt like, oh.
Okay, well, I have somebody specifically asking if you can please post it because they want to catch up on it after they go to work.
All right. We'll leave it posted.
Okay.
I'll leave it posted for at least a week. Probably longer than that, because at that point, might as well just leave it up. Yeah. All right. But let's talk about really quickly, just so then, while during idle conversation, I can code this up, and that's totally fine. What is the best way to structure this? Because inside the set the task, we're going to want to have a thing that points to the next time it should be fetching. We probably just want a rolling index. I think that's probably the best way. Yep, we will just have rolling index. That's fine. And then we'll automatically generate the timestamp, and we can get the timestamp at any point. Okay. I've convinced myself that this is okay.
Okay.
That's great. Great conversation, everyone. Let's see. Oh, Xmofos isn't here anymore. I was hoping he'd jump on the... Unless he was talking at some point and I just didn't know it was him talking. So, on submit, we're going to want to call our cache function, and we are going to want to store data, and we give it a key, and we give it a value. So the key is going to be current index. Whoa, what the heck is that? That just came out of nowhere. That's IntelliSense for you, I guess. It's going to be current index, and the stored bit there is going to be it's going to be an object. So it's when you are creating basically a packet of information that can contain different things, you put it in these curly braces here, and you can just go ahead and define it. So this is going to be an object that has a task. And in fact, if I leave it like this, it will store a task there. And then I also want to store nummins to see how long it will be. We want a rolling catch. So what we actually want to do is we want to calculate out the end time. We want to calculate the start and the end time as well. So we can do that by getting the previously stored one. So cache dot get data, and it will be current index -1. Ooh, is this actually a good way of doing it? It's probably not. We need some logic here as well. So if first off we'll get this. We need to check if current index -1 does not equal 0. So just if it exists, because we're gonna start with 0. If current index -1 is greater than 0, definitely. If that's greater than 0, in that case we are going to want to get the data. So let's put const returned data is going to be equal to cache dot get data, and then we pass in the key, and the key is current index -1. Then in this case, we are going to, let's also have a thing in here that is set time. Maybe that's the more appropriate way to do it. Let's see. We have a question from the chat. They said, Nirvana 2-on-1. Thank you first off very, very much for the super chat. I just really saw that. Sorry it took me so long to see. Thank you very, very much. Someone says, serious question, do you live in Australia? I remember hearing that you lived somewhere near Sydney. I actually have never been to Australia. I'd like to go there someday, but I'm in the US. Yeah. So what we're going to want to do here is, and again, maybe this logic here should be up a level. So what we're going to do is, if the returned data, this should definitely be on the other page. I don't know what I'm saying. This should not be here. Yeah. Definitely. So on the store data here, we're definitely objects here, num minutes, but we want to know what the duration. We can just store in a duration object here, which we will define right here. So const duration equals, and let's go ahead and build the supporting logic for that. Oh, wait, no, duration is just the minutes. I'm meaning to say duration timestamp, end timestamp or something like that. No, we only need the start. The start timestamp, which if we are giving a set time, then definitely start timestamp. Let's go ahead and make that a var. If we are given a set time, then the set timestamp should certainly be equal to set time. And another way to write this out is not with an if statement, but with a thing called a ternary operator, which is that is equal to set time question mark, and that says, oh, is set time defined? Is that a true thing? If so, we set it to set time. Else, we're going to go ahead and set it to the time after the previous stamp was made. So let's go ahead and make const data is equal to that, and the time after the previous one was made will be so this is going to be stored in milliseconds because we're doing time since epoch timestamp. So in that case, we are going to want to do, let me do some supporting data here. So const time since time last ended. Yeah. Sorry, I'm working through this on the fly. So time since last ended is going to be data dot start timestamp, because we're going to include that in here. So that'll already exist. Data dot start timestamp plus let's see, there's 60 seconds in a minute and 1000 milliseconds times data dot num min, and that will give us when it ends. Great. So now if time last, and this should be checked on the front end part, I guess, but if time last ended, we need to get the current date object, which we do with a const current time is equal to new date object. So if the difference between these, which is going to be if current time minus time last ended, we're basically trying to say if this thing is older than 24 hours, just completely ignore it because it's out of the system. Let me go check out the chat box really quickly. Whoa, Nirvana, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. You have a great night yourself. I really appreciate that. You're very, very kind. Wow. That's very, very nice of you. Thank you very much. I hope you sleep well, and I hope to see you next time that we start live streaming, which should be Should be probably 2 weeks from now, I'd guess. Let's see. It's a great song going on in the background. I don't know. That's a good song from Kevin MacLeod. Yep, I can't remember what it's called though. Okay. So, if current time minus last time ended, if that is going to be,
Nate, do you like rabbits?
like what kind? Sure, I think they look nice. Sure. What about it?
Well, Electromagic says that he likes to hunt it with an RPG.
I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that. What the freak?
I don't know.
All right. Let's get some spicy conversation going. You know, let's get some spicy. I don't know what the spicy conversation is. What's this?
When they say, do you like rabbits, do they mean as pets or as food?
I assumed as pets. Like I've never had a rabbit as a pet. But yeah.
But you make good food, so you can like both. Kind of like chickens, you know.
I guess so. Thank you, Mason. Thank you.
You asked for spicy conversation.
This is true. This is spicy conversation. This can count as spicy conversation.
Let's talk about the ethics of veganism and meat eating.
The ethics of it. That's fair. Yeah,
Not eating
sure.
meat is unethical. It is our place in the universe to eat meat.
Thank you, Mason.
We are lords and masters of
Social wealth and equality.
What are some good spicy conversation topics? Like
chemtrails.
Chemtrails. I don't know enough about chemtrails actually to have a meaningful conversation, but I'd love to listen, I guess.
I'm not even sure they really exist.
I'm sure they don't exist either.
literally see them.
Okay, wait. I got like a spicy conversation starter ish kind of.
All right.
Also, a random question.
Sure.
If you have heard about the 1 Tesla kits, have you considered getting one at any point? I know they're really expensive though. That's the thing.
1 Tesla. Let's actually. I can't remember them super well. Let's go ahead and Google it out. Here's a nice tab here. We've gone incognito. 1 Tesla.
Hello?
Oh, hi.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
I finally got it to work. Don't let me interrupt. I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. These 1 Tesla kits, they look pretty cool. Yeah. I mean...
Wait, wasn't that Jack's profile pic at one point?
I think so. Wait, who's talking right now?
Me. Glockenspiel.
They're
cool.
like the only thing that like kind of deters most people from getting them is just how expensive they are.
Yeah. They are pretty pricey.
I recall Marker Reps did a build video and talked about them some. His complaints mainly were just that like components they supplied, they did like 10% resistors even though it's a really expensive kit.
No. Well, I saw that video, yeah. They did put a lot of crappy resistors in there. It wasn't Marco Reps, but it was Electro Boom's video. He was missing a couple components. And actually my kit, when my kit came in the mail, I was missing one of the low power rectifiers. So but they sent one over. So it wasn't a big deal. But I mean, yeah, their main issues is they're some cheap design choices and they're not super reliable with all like sending all the parts.
Yeah.
And also there's some issue screen on the PCBs too.
So no quality control.
I wouldn't say no quality control, but not enough quality control. That's for sure.
Yeah. Not up to
Definitely is something to be said for just like a Tesla coil kit that says, you know, that it making arcs as that one is that you can just build.
Yeah, totally. I mean, and the toroids and stuff look pretty nice. Let me go back and look at it.
Yeah, I mean, and the output that comes out of them really is quite impressive. I mean, the one that I have, I mean, they're not kidding when they say it really does shoot a 2-foot long arc straight out of that thing.
That's really cool.
The thing is this thing it's so stupidly loud that like even when you do it outside, the neighbors get mad at me when I do it sometimes. So
really, that's a
it's so loud that even when I have my door closed to my room and I do it, my parents still yell at me because it's so loud.
That's crazy.
But yeah, I mean, and the other thing is there's no power control. So if I want to like use it at night, like but on low power, I have to connect it into my Variac and turn it way down because it's like you can control the power with the interrupter just a tiny bit, but other than that, it's barely noticeable, really.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no! I wasn't gonna say anything really important.
Have you guys heard of PCB Tesla coils, where the whole coil is printed on a PCB?
Those things are bad, dude. Those things are awesome, dude.
Wait,
seriously, I saw one of them. I forget what his name is. This one dude made it on YouTube. He made like 3 of them. They're rad. I need to make one.
Is it this thing here?
What? What do you say?
Is that this thing here that I have on my screen, or is this?
Let me.
Oh wait, yeah, it is that. That's totally it.
That's insane.
Wait, hold up.
I put the link in general for Hackaday too.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that existed. That's pretty cool. Wow.
I didn't know either, but somebody told me. I thought it was really cool. So.
I mean, yeah, there's a whole video on it. You can search it up. It's.
Yeah.
I forget.
I'm going to.
But yeah.
Could you possibly print the whole coil on a flat piece of silicon inside of an IC?
Dude, that would be so rad, like a Tesla coil IC. I mean, the best you'd be able to do is like maybe make a tiny noble gas tube glow like a tiny bit, but like still, it'd be so rad, you know.
Well, okay, you can make a little neon light bulb light up with a voltage multiplier inside of an IC. So, I don't think it would be that hard, but the coil is definitely hard since you have to stack 2 on top of each other.
Alternatively, they could just make an IC that does all the work for a Tesla coil, and then you can all you need to do is connect like a primary to it with a coil and it'll like 2 different stuff. Well, I like if they made like the whole Slayer exciter circuit just built into like a single like IC, so that way you could just connect the primary to it, connect like 12 volts to the IC.
Just like a special H bridge with all the passives stuck to it.
Right. Yeah. Well,
you just make a solid state coil at that point.
Slayer exciters don't usually have a full bridge, right? I've never seen a full bridge Slayer exciter.
I have though. I don't remember where I saw it. It was pretty much a Tesla coil at that point. So.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's it called? The Tiny Tesla on the OneTesla.com. One of their kits. That's another kit they have. It's kind of like a Slayer exciter in a way, like the way that it uses a feedback, but it's not like a direct connection to the secondary coil. It uses an antenna for feedback. So.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really is an interesting design. I thought it was pretty cool.
I think part of making Tesla coils, like part of the fun, is just designing the circuit in the first place, because that's where most of the work goes into.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I can confirm my project has been a blast. Also a headache too. I should
I believe it.
throw that out there. That
Yeah.
it really is a pain in the butt to get a sophisticated Tesla, especially like one of those like Tesla coils like in an interrupted frequency
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. Like not like a CW Tesla coil, but like
Mm-hmm.
like an interrupted one. Like especially those are especially difficult. Dude, why is the live stream not working for me?
Oh, the live stream isn't working? Shoot, I haven't been paying attention to that.
It's not. I don't think it's you. I think it's like my YouTube is screwing up or my Wi-Fi sucks or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
working for me. So.
Okay. All right.
I just need to reload the page. It was screwed up.
If it's working in Texas during a snowstorm, it's probably,
It's probably me. Yeah.
It's kind of hilarious how much Texas just like shuts down when snow happens. I mean, it makes sense because like it never happens. It never gets this cold.
Yeah.
So like no one's prepared for it, but it is still silly. You go up north and then it's just like snowing for half the year, and meanwhile over here it snows 2 days and everyone just like
Yeah.
is done.
It's not just.
It's all about
also, like,
infrastructure. What?
Yeah, their infrastructure,
Yeah.
which is built to withstand like the 99%. If it goes past that, it's like
Yeah.
suddenly nobody has power.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Lots of pipe bursts happening around here on campus.
Wow. You're in Texas right now?
I am, yeah.
Oh, cool. What part?
Well, I'm going to A&M, so I'm in College Station. It's
very
central.
cool. Very cool.
So yeah, it was snowing here. People were sliding around behind trucks because it's Texas.
Man.
Oh yeah. Well, Texas, you can. I mean, they're pretty lenient with a lot of things there. So.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
I feel like if
like-
university police caught someone doing that, they'd tell them to stop because it is pretty dangerous. But
Uh-huh.
I think they do more than that.
I don't know. I don't want to find out. so-
In California, that is. In California, that is. Not Texas.
What are your thoughts
Yeah,
on,
here in California-
Ted Cruz going down to
Here in California, everything is.
Huh?
Ted Cruz, the senator, from
Really
Texas,
illegal.
during the whole snow thing went down.
Yes, Ted Cruz.
You went to Cancun? Let's do that?
Everyone loves him.
Fair enough. I mean,
Okay, here's like another.
if I was cold, you had the resources, might as well not be cold. Sorry, what were you
Hey,
saying?
Nate,
Uh-huh.
do you ever worry about like the FCC knocking on your door when you're making these transmitters and stuff? Like, I certainly do when I'm like screwing with the Tesla coils and stuff.
I think it's a reasonable thing to worry about, and I've tried to be more cautious about it. But that being said, go ahead.
Because from my experience, I mean, they're not nice about it either.
You've
They're gonna.
been in contact with them, or are you just talking about from stories you've heard?
No. From stories I heard, I've been in contact,
yeah.
But
Yeah, definitely not a good thing to get caught with. You get big fine.
What if you got a
Yeah.
hand license? You could transmit legally then, right?
Yeah, but like, where's the fun in that? You know? It's all about.
am I right?
It's more fun because then I can transmit at 1,000 watts.
That's true. That's true.
I could burn
Yeah.
my hands by touching the antenna.
That's true.
Your
But
Tesla
I
coil
haven't-
probably isn't in any of the frequencies you're allowed to transmit in anyway.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I bet it creates quite a lot of noise on the AM band, at least.
what is the AM and FM range?
AM is generally like 600 kilohertz to 1,300 kilohertz, probably somewhere around that range. And FM is generally 88 megahertz to 107 megahertz, I'd guess, 103, 105, somewhere around there. Typically for radios,
I think it was 108, but yeah.
108.
That's bad because that means my the one Tesla and my homemade SST is actually because the resonant frequency of both those coils is, well, actually no, the one Tesla's resonant frequency is like 300 kilohertz.
Mm-hmm.
My Tesla coil is 450. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have a radio to tune to those frequencies to see if it is a problem. But
Sure. I mean, I bet it's just somewhat. Oh yeah, what was said?
I said get a frequency counter. It just has an antenna, and you hold it next to it, and it tells you what frequency it's transmitting at.
So cool.
Oh, okay.
I think you can buy them for
Are they
$20
expensive?
or something on eBay.
I should probably get that so I don't get myself in trouble.
Yeah, they're really useful.
Yeah,
I mean, the FCC probably can't find you if you don't use your Tesla coil enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the FCC.
I don't know.
is
That thing practically announces its location.
audibly and on the radio waves. That's
Yes.
fair.
That thing's just yelling, "I'm here! I'm here!"
The FCC won't even come after you if nobody notices a problem. So unless it's already interfering with somebody else's stuff, nobody's gonna know except you.
But what if
Who
you,
uses radio nowadays, anyways?
That's fair.
Exactly.
That's fair. And what if you really only want to transmit on 1 megahertz because it's a nice round number? You know, you just gotta take it over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody else is using it.
Yeah.
Wonder who's using 1 megahertz.
Oh wait. Why is that too low for FM and stuff?
It's really low for FM.
Have you ever heard of ultra low frequency stuff because
Like
I've heard
lightning?
that you can. No, I mean like transmitting signals at really low frequencies because I've heard people can have transmitted at 1,000 hertz,
You know those
even less than that, 900 hertz, stuff like that.
you know those atomic clocks that have little radios in them that pick up signals from countries that have those transmitters? You know those?
I've heard of it, but I don't know it.
Okay, well, in a bunch of different countries, use these humongous transmitters that are at ridiculously low frequencies, just to make it go really far. And atomic clocks pick them up. You can just have a clock inside your house. All you have to do is set the time zone, and it never goes out of time. And it's so low frequency that you can take the headphone jack on your computer and just hook up a wire to the microphone and then run that wire across your yard, and you can pick up signals from atomic clocks, and you can decode them.
Here, actually, that's a cool experiment. If voice crack, if I get the chance to on my channel, when I really kick off my channel, I might actually try that. That sounds pretty legit.
Yeah, there's other people that have done it before. They'll show you what software and stuff to use.
That sounds really. Wait, so do you just connect one end of? So the 2 wires that come out of the jack, do you connect one to ground and then the other one to just that antenna?
So on a typical headphone jack, there's 4. There's microphone, ground, and right and left. You ignore the ground because your computer's probably already grounded anyway. All you need is the microphone one, which should be the closest to the cable, and you take that wire and just put it across your yard. I don't remember how long my cable was. I think it was 15 feet. So, it was a really small signal, but it was good enough, and I was satisfied.
What did the frequency sound like? Was it?
It sounded like a whole bunch of static, but if I open it up on a what do you call it? Spectrum analyzer.
Spectrum analyzer.
Mm-hmm.
You could see this little line going through it, and if you zoom way in, there's a bunch of little dots. It was all the digital data.
That's cool.
And I never decoded it because I didn't care, but I just wanted to see if I could pick something up.
The fact that you heard static is cool.
I got one from Paris, I think, and one from somewhere else. I don't remember where. I think it was Europe.
Wow.
In fact, I think it was Hungary, actually.
I'd be impressed to just hear anything over that. I mean,
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I mean, Even static, I mean, that's an indication that there's some transmission going on.
Yeah.
Nate, what's the coolest experiment you think you've ever done on your channel? Or not experiment per se, but just like video topic in general.
Yeah, probably one I did on Bell's theorem. I did the Bell experiment, which are you familiar with?
Is it that video where it's titled like the experiment that disproved reality?
Yeah, because
I watched that video and tried to understand it and like understood it for like one day and then I totally forgot about it.
That's totally fine. It's very strange. It's a very strange result. Basically, it goes back to an old debate that was had between people like Einstein and the founders of quantum mechanics over a thing called hidden variable theory, which is that, it looks like these quantum particles are making like random decisions, kind of. So then Einstein's like, there's just internal variables that we don't know about that are governing them. And then quantum mechanics is like, oh no, there aren't. Anyways, so Bell's theorem sets out to show. Sorry, and this is talking about with entanglement actually. So you can entangle two photons, or you can specifically photons. Let's say you can entangle two photons. You can send them to opposite sides of the universe, and if one of them were to be measured with a polarization filter at a specific angle and it was let through, then the other one, if it was entangled in such a way that like the state is supposed to be the same, then you'd measure it and it would also get through. However, though, if you go photon from photon, it seems like it's a random process. So Einstein's like, the photons have some kind of internal variable. It doesn't matter what it is, that it just exists though, and that's governing what allows the photon to pass through the filter or not pass through the filter. And these are ones that are entangled on polarization, obviously. And then the other position was, there's no internal variable. It's just some weird kind of spooky thing. And with Bell's theorem, you can show to a very, very, very high probability, it's been done to like 99.999% sure, that there are no hidden variables. And the main thing that you can take out from that is that either reality is incorrect or locality is incorrect. And reality means basically that the moon isn't there until we measure it, or that the color of the ball isn't red until you look at it.
Wait, is that like the cat experiment with the radiation and the poison and stuff?
It's very, very similar. It's very similar threads. Because in the cat experiment, it's like the cat's entangled, the cat's in like the cat's actually like in a superposition of states.
It's dead and alive at the same time.
Yeah, it's in a superposition of states.
Wait a second. Wait.
Yeah.
Connected to that. So that would be like a rendering algorithm. Like the location in the video game landscape doesn't render until you have a camera pointed at it.
Yeah.
And then in that sense, like we as conscious beings would be the cameras rendering in whatever we want to observe.
But we have to be careful when we use the word measure in this, because like yes, humans can measure things, but also it's just if the particle bumps into another particle, then that other particle measured it to some extent. And this is kind of interesting because entanglement is always viewed as this like mysterious thing. And it's like, that only happens in very special circumstances. But if you hit your hand on the table, then there are certainly particles in your hand that are entangled with particles on the table. For some period of time, where like anytime a particle interacts with another particle, they get slightly entangled, not maximally entangled. Maximally entangled is where you get you measure one and you know for sure this other particle will have this effect, even though it should be random. But particles are constantly getting entangled with all sorts of other particles, and that's kind of like the measurement. It seems to be the measurement seems to be when a particle shares some of its, I don't know, entanglement coefficient or whatever. What's the best way to say that? I'll say entanglement juice. when the particle spills some of its entanglement juice on another particle. Yeah.
So is there required a conscious observer for the universe to have reality, or is it real in and of itself?
I don't know. That sounds like a weird meta question. I guess that's what it is.
Yeah.
But so Mason says, what'd you say?
does there need to be an observer for the universe to be real, or is it real on its own? Like, in a broader sense, like, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound.
Well, I think it just depends on how you define things. Like, if you're defining real as in has properties, I don't know. Like, certainly it seems like, or at least in quantum mechanics, like I said, the observation does not have to be a conscious observer. It just has to be another thing that interacts with it in some way. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, though.
Maybe.
I am not understanding anything you guys are saying.
DMT. DMT will show you the answer. It will all be made relevant and real.
Yeah, that quantum stuff just, like, it's insane to me.
Oh, it's very strange. It's very unintuitive. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
It's so crazy. How do people come up with this stuff?
Well, specifically in the case of quantum, it's originally it was like, oh, with the photoelectric effect, which the photoelectric effect basically is the thing where when when a photon interacts with a plate that has some potential on it, it can create electrical current by knocking off a photon by knocking off an electron going to the other one. But it was noted that the photoelectric...
So kind of like a solar panel, right? Or like something like that, right?
Yes, solar panels do use the photoelectric effect. Totally. So it was noted that the current that... I don't know, this process wasn't able to be explained because it was only certain kinds of light that allowed for the knocking off of electrons, like certain frequencies per se, that they would observe that the current needle, the amp needle, the thing that measures the current, would go up slightly. So the explanation for that came about as, oh shoot, it looks like the light is coming in discrete quanta packets, with the whole E equals HF thing, being the equation that shows how much energy a photon has. And there's some weird discrepancy where people like to say that photons are a particle, but no, there's not really such thing as a particle wave duality. It really just means that that it's just a wave packet, if that makes sense. Let's go to paint.
We're in the realm of nothing and everything makes sense.
Yeah. So the photon is not a particle, and it does not look like this. It is a wave, but that's just because it looks like this. Whoop, 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 whoop. So it's just like a weird vibration on some kind of thread, kind of, as far as I understand it.
Are you talking about the string theory?
Now, I'm not talking about string theory.
Okay.
I'm talking about like some kind of, I don't know, it's some kind of vibration in some kind of field. That's a better way to say it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not talking about string theory. I'm talking about this is quantum field theory stuff. But it's just some kind of excitation, a little vibration.
String theory is a bunch of hooey that's led to no real world.
Oh, I totally agree. String theory is complete garbage. Like,
okay.
People are trying to like force the it's nonsense. They sit there and like they've been going at it for many years, and they just try to force the universe into their beautiful little symmetrical nice thing that they think it ought to be, and then nothing works out mathematically, and then they keep on asserting it, and then nothing works out, and it just becomes like a big conglomeration of mess, in my opinion. I don't know. It seems like truth.
It's about 50 years old now.
Yeah, it's like, pretty old. Nothing's come out of it.
You get something after 50 years.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like in the history of all of our
quantum fields.
Mm-hmm.
Quantum fields exist within the realm of Ajatakasa.
Of what?
Ajatakasa.
I'm not really sure what that is, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not either. I'm totally lost.
The realm of Ajatakasa is in which all matter exists, according to Buddhist mythology.
According to Buddhist. All right. There you have it.
I got a more math related question, but
Sure.
what's like the most interesting like math experiment that you've ever seen? For me personally, it's got to be like the Mandelbrot set or something like that. I mean, it's crazy how like it's like if you just look at it, it's like, oh my gosh, how do I even explain it?
Mandelbrot set is very.
It's just
beautiful.
amazing. I know I watched because Numberphile has a really good video on it, but yeah, I watched the video on it, and it's like it never ends with this like pattern, and it's really interesting. What is it? It's that two-dimensional plane. It goes between the.
You talk about like the imaginary plane that it's on.
Yeah, right. It goes between like
complex
the complex
numbers
and the regular plane, right? And it's like stable, and it's like a list of stable and unstable numbers, like complex numbers that
ones that are
that like grow exponentially or like stop at some point.
Yeah, exactly. It's the points where you take the complex number, you raise it to some power n, and for each Mandelbrot set rendering you see, they choose like, oh, we choose n to be 100, and then if the number grows beyond a certain point, which is basically if the number ever, if the number, I don't know actually, basically if the number ever grows beyond a certain point, then you know, okay, this explodes to infinity. But if it doesn't, then you can say, oh, there is some region of points where the complex number, when taken to the nth power, where n can go arbitrarily large, never builds up to infinity. And that region is the Mandelbrot set. It's very beautiful looking at the nice patterns of it, especially when they colorize it with the points around it for how long it takes before they explode, like what value of n they hit. It's really cool stuff.
It really is. You zoom in on it, it seems like it goes. Does it go forever?
Yeah.
It does,
goes
right?
Forever. Yeah. It's actually a subset of a whole bunch of sets that are just like it called Julia sets. So Mandelbrot set is a Julia set.
They mentioned that in the video. They mentioned Julia sets.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? It also ties into like the. I forget what's it called. Veritasium has a video on it. Let me search it up.
Oh, are you talking about something with entropy?
I don't know. Let me look at the video.
Okay.
It's the one. I think it's the one on the logistic map, is what he called it.
Yes, the logistic map. That one. That's what it is.
Oh, like bifurcation diagrams and stuff.
Yeah. Xn plus 1 equals Rx in, I don't know, 1 minus X, something like that. It basically shows like how this dude is crap. It's really hard to explain. Yeah, I'd have to watch the video again. I mean, it's been so long since I've seen the video on that, but
yeah,
it's and he showed in the video that it ties into the Mandelbrot set in some way.
That's cool.
The stuff you can do with math is really interesting. This is why math is one of my favorite subjects in school and stuff.
Yeah, it's very, 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 very useful.
Apparently, Hinduism was invented in the 1800s by British scholars in order to create a unifying force within India.
What are you talking about?
They fabricated.
Why would they do that?
Texts.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Mason?
Yeah, why?
Wait, what?
I'm not even worried about the fact that it's a weird conspiracy theory. I'm just wondering why they would want to unify India. Don't they want them to be separated so they can't rise up?
It creates a more manageable state. It's easier to rule the one person at the top who's in charge of the Hindus than it is to rule all the individual factions.
Huh.
That's not how Hinduism works. It doesn't really. It's not that centralized.
I mean, it's not that centralized, but it still creates.
If they were inventing a religion,
ideology.
like if they were inventing a religion, wouldn't they want to pick one that was way more centralized? Because Hinduism isn't that centralized.
To be clear, they didn't invent all the beliefs of Hinduism. They pulled from existing beliefs within India and centralized it into one core doctrine across India. So it's a little bit disingenuous to say they totally fabricated Hinduism, but it wasn't considered a single India-spanning religion. It was just a whole bunch of like folk religions. Like,
where'd you get this from?
The Cambridge University Press.
Huh. I didn't know that. Kind of interesting. Well, all right. There we have it.
Yeah, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. So math. What? I forgot what I was thinking about. Dang.
Is math related to science?
Math is related to science. Sure. It can be related.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially electronics. Like electronics, to me, like from my experience, electronics is just math in real life, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, like literally, you're doing math constantly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you really do need to know math if you're going to do electronics. I mean, it's basically it is mandatory.
Totally. Math is. I don't know. I have mixed because you can't prove everything in a given set of rules, which I don't like. That's not math's fault. That's literally any logic system we could choose cannot self-reference, basically. I don't know. So you hear about Millennium Prizes or whatever that are all supposed to be very fun and very interesting. Like what's the famous one? P
versus NP.
P versus NP is a very famous one. But I always think about the one where all the solutions lie along positive. It's in a complex plane one. It's saying that all the zeros to the function
Riemann hypothesis.
Riemann hypothesis. What is the symbol?
Oh yeah.
It's not gamma. It is zeta. Zeta function. That one has been trying to be proved for a very long time now, and we hope it's true. But for all we know, it could just be impossible to prove because what's his name? Goldbach?
Elon Musk.
No, not Elon Musk.
Joe Rogan.
Not Joe Rogan. Nope, not him.
Bill Gates?
No, not Bill Gates either. The correct answer is
Muhammad Ali.
No, it's not Muhammad Ali either.
Obama?
It's not Obama.
Joe Biden.
Baby.
You're right. I think it was Joe Biden. It was Joe Biden. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Apparently
Makes sense.
Okay. Is it possible to prove that something is impossible to prove?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it? Can you prove that something cannot be proven?
Yeah. I forgot the name of the guy though. The name of the theorem. I thought it started with a G. I thought it was like the Goldbach conjecture, but I don't think that's the right one. It's very possible. I think it's Goldbach maybe.
Goldbach conjecture is a thing.
It is a thing. I don't know if it's the right thing.
Every even whole number greater than 2 is the sum of 2 prime numbers. Is that what you're thinking about?
That is not what I'm thinking about. That is another thing that is not proved, though. That is another famous unproved problem. Is that one? Seems very, very simple.
There's a whole thing with the halting problem, if that's what you're talking about.
I'm aware of those. You're talking about like Turing incompleteness and stuff, and that's fine. That's saying that. Yeah. That is actually very, very, very closely related, isn't it? Saying that there is no machine that can solve all problems, or if there is.
I remember. Maybe it's just the context I learned about it in, but that particular question was very involved in the question of whether you can prove something unprovable.
Gödel.
I think. Yes.
Gödel.
That's a word I remember.
Yeah. Gödel's theorem is the one that proves that you can't prove everything with a given logic system.
We should just rename it to something cooler.
Gödel's a very cool name.
Like Harambe.
Harambe?
George
George
Floyd.
Floyd. All right. Gödel.
Do you not agree? You don't think we should name it George Floyd's theorem?
You didn't make it.
That's not okay. You can't say that.
All right.
You're diminishing his accomplishments. He's a martyr for a cause.
Thank you, Mason.
I'm gonna switch gears a little bit if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't
mind
at
at
all.
with you?
Yeah, totally fine.
another video related question, but what do you recommend for people who are starting off with a channel kind of like yours? Because I'm doing a channel like yours, and I just started. I'm like new to everything. Like, what are some tips and stuff that you would give to anyone?
I would make sure your first 2 videos are one about your dog and then one about Minecraft.
Thanks, Tyson. That's fair. So obviously consistency is a big thing, and that's one of the things that as I start back up, that's going to be a big hurdle, at least for my channel, to overcome again. Is that YouTube very heavily prioritizes consistency, because it wants to maximize watch time, and if it can get good content creators that you know that your viewers are matched to, then the algorithm is going to really push you in that direction. So that's very important. Like every week just churning out content. And I don't like to say this next part, but it's kind of true. Like all the videos of mine that just exploded were very, very, very dangerous things. And things like microwave gun or EMP generator, or like silly things like that.
That's true. All your popular uploads are all dangerous stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Which I don't know how I feel about that personally, actually, because that's, I mean, sure, that stuff is
that's
fun.
kind of irresponsible on YouTube's part.
Well, if people click on it, then people click on it.
Well, actually, I don't know. Well, if it's the algorithm, I guess can't really control that. But like, people are against it.
And there are arguments to be made for that kind of stuff being what gets people interested in the first place.
Yeah. Well, and how come in like most videos and stuff, they always say like, "I'm not responsible if you hurt yourself." Like, people can't sue you, can they? Like through the videos and like
you can think so. But people have sued for stupider reasons. So there always might be the possibility that someone's out there that's really sue happy. That's like, oh, you didn't tell me. You didn't tell me that like electricity can hurt you, or you didn't tell me that metal is sharp, or something like that. Yeah, there's some kind of weird due diligence there.
Yeah, I guess it's just to protect yourself, you know?
Yeah, it totally is. That's all it is. That's all it is. So that's kind of important. I'd say those are actually the 2 biggest things. Is maybe kind of clickbaity things like that in some sense, but not really clickbait because it's an actual thing. So I guess it's not clickbait, but
clickable
consistency, clickable. High click through titles and high click through topics, which are generally things that people don't want to try themselves. So. Yeah.
Yeah, the top video the most popular video I have is like 3 million views. Is your Pocket EMP video.
Yep. Which is like
that's first. Second one is your microwave gun one, like you said.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, I guess if it works.
Yeah, and that Pocket EMP one or whatever, I made that early on in high school. Then it was just one day, it just exploded, and I was like, oh, I guess this morning I had 300 subscribers, and then now I have 3,000. Then the next day it was like, oh, now I have 15,000. And it was kind of weird. But it was all that EMP.
You had only like 300 when you made that video?
I think so. Maybe it was closer to 1,000 actually, but some relatively small number. And then one day I guess just the algorithm shifted in favor of that video, and it got a lot of views at once. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool, actually. I mean, I remember one of my videos on the other platform, TikTok. It kind of exploded, It got like 23,000 views, and I got like 1,800. I got like 1,000 followers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good feeling for sure.
Totally. And the high, I don't know, it's definitely a good feeling, but I feel like the high wears off pretty fast. Like
It does, and then you want it to happen again and again and again.
Yeah, like I used to care a lot about wanting like a silver play button or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Back when I first started, I was like, oh wow, that'd be the best thing in the world if I could just get to that stage. And then I got one, and it was like, oh, I don't really care about this. It's kind of just taking up space, I guess. And that's probably not the right way to look at it.
Weird flex, but okay.
That's not supposed to be. It's just saying like I don't know. It doesn't become that important.
Right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm just bugging.
Fair enough. Yeah. So that's kind of a weird thing.
What is your go-to like YouTube channel or whatever when you're trying to like learn about some new let's just say electronics, for example, like when you're trying to learn about some new concept or something, or like a component or something like that?
When I was, it's been a long time since I've really done that. Most of the time I'll just surf on the internet now to find things like on forums or whatever. But back then, oh, what was it? Sorry, give me a second. There's this one channel. Man, I can't remember what his name was. Let me take a look for it really quickly.
He did electronics, or
he did electronics. Yeah, it was not a big channel. What was it? Maybe it's called like Lucid Science or something.
Oh, Ludic Science.
Ludic Science.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I do come across that guy's videos every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. He's still uploading. He's been churning things out for such a long time. Oh my gosh! Let's just
for 6 years.
Let me look at his channel. Is he still uploading and stuff?
3 hours ago.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh my! Wow.
Wow.
Sheesh.
Yeah, look at him go.
It's like
he's built everything.
It's like 2 videos every week.
Yeah, it's.
How does he get all these ideas?
Does he have Patreons or something? Like, does he have a job?
Let's take a look.
And they're like long videos too, like 5 minutes, 9 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, like long, not really long, but
I don't see any Patreons.
Yeah.
He has a serious hobby then.
Mm-hmm.
How long has he been? I presume this guy has been pumping out content for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, Rimstar finally uploaded a new video.
Oh, he did?
He did?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
It's been a while since I've seen him.
Let me.
Yeah, 1 day ago, Raspberry Pi to Arduino serial USB communication. Yeah.
Dope. Wow.
He finally uploaded one. It's been like a year or more at this point.
Yeah. These are like.
Oh, he did.
These are like the OGs. They're so. Wow.
Oh yeah. There's a Laser Saber too. If you haven't heard of that one.
Laser Saber. I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, go look it up. He has a pretty cool channel.
All right.
Oh wow, his last video was a year ago. Holy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, when it says a year ago, does it mean like December?
Last year, or I think it actually means a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like
360.
Yeah, it actually means a year ago.
Yeah, because these ones say like 10 months and 11 months, and then it goes a year. Yeah.
Because it could have just been like a couple months, but that makes sense.
Yeah. Wow. But this guy, I used to watch his things all the time. He has some. Whoa, he made a water bridge video? I had no idea. Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
The only thing preventing me from doing one of those water bridge videos is my parents aren't too cool with the idea of electricity and water.
That's fair.
Oh, I'm doing that right now.
Water bridges.
Trying to cut a hole. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, you can go ahead. Right ahead.
I was saying I'm sticking electricity right in water. I'm trying to cut a hole in a piece of steel right now.
I don't even mind. I don't mind cutting. I don't mind putting electricity in water, but they don't like it. The worst, I think, I think what really made them not like it was once I was trying to make one of those HHO generators or whatever, and I ended up using the mains to try and generate the gas. I literally put live wires in the water, and it was like arcing and stuff inside the water, and it was working a little bit, but not too well.
Like you want something lower, right? Like 12 volts or 24.
Yeah, it is actually. You're right. It is lower.
And
The
DC.
King of Random has a really good video on it, but yeah.
I watched that video and I actually kind of made one like his. It worked really well. It's really cool.
You know, I really would like to make one too, but it's just I don't have the time or the money to do that, or the space for that matter.
I got my stainless steel plates from a free barbecue on the side of the road.
Nice.
And then I used a mason jar and some epoxy, and that was the whole thing.
Wait, you actually found? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, has anyone else ever found any crap on the side of the road that they were like, oh my gosh, I need that?
Oh, this
got
was a very long time ago.
TV with the Fresnel lens in it. That was cool.
That is cool. Yeah. A really.
I
long
did too,
time
actually,
ago.
but I pulled the tubes out of it
Mhm.
and the flyback transformer.
Yeah.
A really long time ago, the neighborhood that I'm in does this thing once a year. It's like a neighborhood cleanup kind of thing, and like you can help like weed and to clean up like elderly people's yards and stuff around. Anyways, so that was going on, and this one person was throwing away this old TV, like from like the 1940s, and it was so cool. Yeah, so. Like for instance, the channel display was just a big wheel that would spin with numbers painted on it. So
nice.
Really cool, really old electronics in there.
Wow.
Yeah. So I put a note on it saying, "Oh, I'll be back. Like I'll just take this. This is wonderful." So I came back later on, and then it wasn't there. It was like loaded into the back of like a dumpster that was being picked up. Not like a small dumpster.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Did you end up getting it? Or no?
Halfway. So I was like 14, and I was devastated by that. So I ran up, and as the garbage truck was taking away the dumpster, and again it was one of the big dumpsters, so like it didn't see me doing this, but I climbed up into it, and it was already like stacked. There was like a fridge or something leaned over on it, so there was no way I was getting to pull it out. Also, it was super heavy. But I just like really quickly broke open the wood on the back with my hands and then ripped out whatever electronics I could, which felt pretty bad because like it probably would have done pretty cool not to even salvage just like an old piece of electronics, nice piece of memorabilia kind of. But
should have taken some pictures of it.
Yeah.
Just flexing your friends. Look what I just found in the trash.
Yeah, but it would have been really cool.
I found quite a bit of stuff in my lifetime, but yeah, like I said, I found one of those projection TVs with the 3 different colored CRTs. I also I found so my neighbor right before because he built his house. We've lived here since he started building it. Right before he moved, like right when they were starting to build like the foundation for the house and stuff. There was a bunch of junk that was from the old house, which was originally there, which burned down. There was a bunch of junk. There was like a big pile of junk. And in that pile of junk, I found so much stuff. There was an AC in there. There was a microwave in there, which actually was the first microwave transformer I ever got. And there was also, I think the coolest thing that I think I found in there was this really old-fashioned fan, like really old. Like the cage around the blades was like metal, and the blades themselves are metal, and like the label that was like on the motor of the fan was like made of metal too, and it was like the whole thing was like you could clearly. It looked like it was from the maybe even the 1800s. It was really really old.
That's really cool.
The legendary Raw sent you a super chat for $5, telling you to do something productive.
And
that's really nice.
I have a
like built the productivity app. Oh man.
I do have a fan from the 1920s, but
Ooh.
it is completely seized up from rust.
Oh.
It does have brass blades and steel
Wow.
cage.
I guess I should now that you mention that, I guess I should mention the fan runs great. It still runs really nice.
I have a similar story. Me and my dad were going to some random person's house to pick up some free steel they posted online.
Mm-hmm.
And we went there and we asked them why, and they said like their father-in-law passed away, so they were going to rent out his old house. And we were picking it all up, and we're like, is there any other free steel you want us to get rid of? And they're like, well, there's a dumpster over there we can look in. We looked inside, and I'm like, oh, this is the jackpot. They threw away everything he had. There was like a mini fridge in there. There was this old like RCA Victron vacuum tube radio. I have it right next to me. It still works actually.
What? No way.
There's
That's
tons
awesome.
of like engine parts and what else was there? I think there was a generator in there, a whole bunch of old light bulbs. It was really cool. So I took everything we could fit on our truck. My mom wasn't happy, but I was.
Dude, I went through a phase where I just loved engines. I literally I spent like $200, $300, actually more than that, on just buying old engines and stuff and just fixing them and stuff.
Oh, I'm doing that right now.
I like, and I still do kind of I really do still like engines, but yeah, I even considered cutting like a cylinder and a piston out and making a 2-stroke engine on the lathe and stuff. But
that'd be cool.
I don't have aluminum and stuff, so I can't really do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I want to hear more about this. You sound like you have a lot of cool projects.
Engine sitting on my engine stand right now.
Ooh.
I mean, I have a lot of I've had a lot of strange hobbies in the past. I mean, not even that long ago, like 2 years ago, I was like the biggest Fortnite kid in the whole world. For like a whole year straight, I was just addicted to Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
And then I like totally got bored of it, and I like never played it again for like 2 years. Not 2 years. It was like a year ago. Not why did I say 2 years,
My
but
mission system. Oh, it's based on those tasers that he used in the EMP video.
Really?
Naturally. Yeah.
You don't have.
Triggered by Arduinos. But Fortnite good person, please continue on.
But yeah, I mean, after I got over that, I mean, I liked the engines too, but I also got into like skating in a way, but like not like skateboarding, but like scootering. I was like a huge scooter kid for a long time. And then I grew out of that too. Yeah, I mean, I've gone through so many hobbies. Machining, like I liked to do metal work and stuff for a long time too.
Dude, keep doing that stuff.
But the thing is electronics really like I don't see myself stopping. Like electronics like has been like the biggest like interest to me. I'm like a year, I'm still like going on like from a year of just constant electronics.
I have a similar story, except everything I picked up, I never let go. So I just keep doing everything. And I never have any time to finish any of my projects.
Combine your efforts and you'll be unstoppable.
I know, right? I'm trying to mix my electronics and machining stuff right now. I broke a tap in a piece I just made, and I'm trying to burn it out with EDM.
Oh, you have an you have an EDM drill?
No.
Turn my arc welder and something else into an EDM. Maybe a pressure washer.
I just put it together. It's a diode rectifier, a capacitor, and an incandescent light bulb. That's it. But it is working. I can drill holes through steel, so I'm just gonna wait till later.
I'm guessing it takes a long time.
Oh yeah, it's really slow, but it's better than making a whole new part, so it's worth it.
I mean, yeah, you can drill like straight through the side of a ball bearing. Like,
Yeah, from applied science.
You can drill
yeah.
through. I saw that video. Yeah, he was drilling through like all kinds of crazy stuff that you'd normally never be able to drill through.
Can you drill through a piece of silicon? I imagine you
Wait.
can.
I don't. It's like a semiconductor, though, right? It's not really.
What if you?
You know, it's like.
Well, I guess you'd have to dope it a lot.
Well,
and at that point, it's just kind of metal.
Yeah, you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like. I
Cut
don't know.
through
Like
carbon, I
even
thought that was cool.
like if you were to buy like P-type doped, can you even buy like P-type doped silicon to make your own transistor?
I think so. You can buy a lot of different silicon on eBay. China has everything.
That would be a really fun thing to do. Make a transistor. That would be really cool.
Look it up. There's
You can-
there's YouTube videos on it.
Yeah. You can at least make the diodes kind of if you do this. Not the transistor necessarily. So it's definitely harder to make the transistor, but for a diode, for instance, you can make it by just getting a copper sheet and then heating it up,
Oh yeah.
and then to get that oxide layer, which acts as a semiconductor.
You can make a germanium transistor too using 2 diodes. I did that once. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to know how to turn a razor blade and a lighter into a cat's whisker diode.
Oh, you just heat it
Oh
up. right?
yeah,
Yeah.
like for the Foxhole radio, right?
Yeah,
They use
Exactly.
the razor blade and yeah, I've seen that before. I actually a long time ago I tried to make a Foxhole radio. I had to do that, yeah, but it never worked though, unfortunately.
I did the same thing with the razor blade. It didn't do anything, and I stuck an LED on it. It was great. Just use an LED. Don't even bother with the razor blade.
Oh.
In the apocalypse, what are we going to do without? Where am I going to get an LED?
You said it
Well,
worked
there's
great with an
electronics.
LED. An LED is a diode.
There's
I live in the wasteland, so I'm not sure where I'm going to get an LED. Short end.
get it out of any crappy piece of broken electronics. They're all over the place, man.
Dude, I've seen LEDs inside enclosures. Like a green LED inside an enclosure, like that you can't see at all. Like I was like, why is there a random LED here?
I've seen LEDs inside of arcade machines that no one can see. They're just for like to make sure that the thing's turned on if it's broken, you know.
Diagnostics.
So
Yeah.
like if you're like servicing it or whatever.
Sometimes your schematic just needs a diode, and the only one you have is an LED.
I guess so. Production.
I know you're all out of parts and you only have an LED left.
They're sitting
I
there in the
bought a-
factory.
Yeah.
I bought a
You run out of copper wire. Well, the current only needs a flow one way. Might as well throw on a couple LEDs.
I bought a flash drive one time, and I opened it up because of course I wanted to see what was inside, and there was an LED inside, but the whole flash drive was black plastic, so you couldn't see it. So I drilled a hole in. Well, now my flash drive flashes, just like it should.
Wait, they covered an LED with black like gunk
Yeah.
or whatever?
The whole flash drive was black plastic, so you couldn't see any light through it, even though there was an LED in it. So
If it was a generic flash drive unit bought from some manufacturer and they make their own cases, then yeah.
it was probably generic. On the inside, it was nothing but Chinese writing, so I think you know where.
Are there any properties of like LEDs that are like preferred or like superior over regular diodes, like Schottky diodes and silicon diodes? Like,
You can use them as really tiny solar panels.
oh yeah, that's right. You can do that. I tried that once, and I was only able to generate like, I don't know if it was my LED was terrible, but I only made like 1 volt, and I had to use like a big, powerful
That's not
blue
bad.
laser shining right on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a bad voltage. Usually you have problems with the current when it's that small.
You can't pull any current from that, can you?
Not really. If you put an analog meter on it, it's just enough to move the needle. Also, if you want to get tiny solar panels, you know that TV you took apart with the the tubes in it, there should be four. There should be 4 little tiny photodiodes, and they're not tiny. They're actually humongous. I can take a picture of them if you want, but
I don't have any CRTs right now. All I have is a what's it called?
Plasma screen TV kind of things?
No, I just have the CRT. I just have the tube.
Gotcha.
I'll have the tube and the yoke, and that's it. I threw everything else away. Oh, and actually, that's not true. I took the flyback transformer out, but that was it.
Yeah. But around the screen part, there's these little sensors to make sure that the CRTs are the right brightness. Those work as little tiny solar panels, and you can hook them up to capacitors and jewel thieves and charge them up, and they'll keep an LED lit overnight.
Wait, hey, that must be new, because mine, the TV that I took apart, it didn't have that. It had like little knobs on the side that you would manually turn to adjust the brightness.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find mine and show you what I'm talking about.
Simulation.
Oh yeah, of course we live in a simulation.
Okay, and is consciousness an emergent phenomenon?
Consciousness is an emergent phenomenon, definitely.
So, I feel like that doesn't jive. Like, whoever coded up the simulation coded it up in such a way that it would be aware of itself.
Huh? Like, they didn't really code it. They kind of set initial parameters, maybe. Maybe they want to learn how their solar system got the way it was, their universe. So they tried to set up the initial parameters. And then that's just the way it goes. Yeah.
Hey, are you verified on YouTube?
What? I don't know.
No.
I would check, but like I don't have the tab open, so.
How do I even check?
Kind of lazy.
You're not verified.
I'm not verified. Shoot.
Are you verified?
Why? I mean.
I guess I'm not verified. No, definitely.
Wait,
not.
you can apply for it though, right?
I think so. I've never applied for it.
The blue check mark is a badge of
What are the benefits of having it anyways?
I'm not sure. Probably some kind of social status. That's probably about it.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
Long video length. You get to upload like 30 minutes.
Oh wait, you normally can't upload that much. You can upload a video as long as you want it.
Yeah, you can. You're right. Like the
Oh my god, I'm alive, I can talk.
Oh, hello.
Wow. Hi.
Hi.
I didn't realize. Hello.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing like great. Maybe, I don't know.
Fair enough. That's good to hear.
Like a quarter of the people in here aren't even talking, so.
Yeah.
I have a question about Tanner. He seems quite young. Did he like skip a bunch of grades or something? If you would you even know that?
Sorry, I have to think back. I think he is like. I think he's only like a year younger than me, actually. I'm sure he skipped. I don't know. Would he have? Let's see. We can figure out how old he is. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he is 20 or 21. He's either 20 or 21 right now. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot older than I thought. I thought he was like maybe 17 or 16.
Yeah. Well, he left on that mission thing when he was 18, and that's 2 years. So, or when so he's either 20 or 21. Tanner Tech. Yeah. Was it 2 years ago? Yeah, that was 2 years. So yeah.
It's interesting.
He does look very young though.
He does, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I seriously thought he was like a 16-year-old that just like skipped all through high school.
That would be really, really cool. But yeah, I think he's 20 or I would guess he's 20. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he was 21. Yeah, we should try to get him on next live stream. Maybe I'll send him a message.
Yeah, that would really be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be really fun.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of him.
Yeah.
I got a lot of respect for Tanner.
Oh, I do too. He's a very, very smart, very nice guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Is quantum?
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
I don't know, like nice things in semiconductors.
Okay.
Yeah. Like all of our computer chips, those are based off of quantum mechanics. The very small transistors.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the issue was that they were running into problems there, not that that was being used to help.
Oh, it's also being used to help as
Okay.
well because in quantum mechanics you have like potential wells or something is what they're called, which is basically like a potential energy and quantum tunneling.
Mhm.
You know, and so they use quantum tunneling down on the current very, very small transistor things by saying, oh, if we want electrons to be able to flow from this junction to the next one, we give it slightly more potential, so then it has a pretty decent probability of being able to flow over, even though it shouldn't be able to overcome this barrier, since there's like literally a wall, you know? But they can tunnel through it.
Yeah, the Poyntium layer.
Yeah. So that's one use.
I swear, transistors are so useful in the electronics realm. I mean,
totally.
literally. Well, that's actually an understatement. They're like basically the reason why electronics are advanced as they are.
Oh, totally. Totally. And then one day, of course, we'll get the nice quantum computers. And those will be very, very nice. Those turn exponential problems into quadratic problems. That is very.
Yeah, I'm looking.
That is how they work. This is the reducing of the complexity.
Yep. Yeah. Like I made an algorithm a while ago for my senior thesis. That was just for quantum computers with what was it for? It was for factoring prime numbers, and they can get huge speed boosts.
And finding secret keys in
yes,
a public-private key things. Yeah, how nice to break in cryptography.
That is absolutely correct. Yeah.
No, but we have quantum proof cryptographic algorithms, I think.
Yes, we do. Specifically, they use quantum mechanics. If you use a quantum computer, then your data can be perfectly secure, like infinitely secure.
No, but I think just regular old computers. We do have algorithms that are quantum safe. For them, let me just check it. Quantum safe cryptography. Let's see. Well, Wikipedia says that there are things, so they might as well.
Nate, do you have a Patreon?
Probably.
You do.
Oh, I guess I do.
Doesn't have any.
Yeah, I've never pushed it because it always made me feel a little awkward, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Send me the link. I'll sign up for it. I already have a Patreon for Electro Boom too.
Oh, that's not necessary. I appreciate that, but that's totally not necessary. You use your money on your channel, like grow it. Yeah. I would. Yeah, but I'm totally fine, so don't worry about that.
Okay then.
But I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you.
I'm very happy now. I successfully cut a hole in this piece of metal. You want to see?
You're doing it right now while we are talking?
I already did it. Where should I put it?
Multitasking, yay.
Yes.
What did you cut it with? Did you drill it? Did you cut it?
A copper wire, and I put it underwater, and I touched it. And it
So you got this little tiny hole.
Yes. I
my
tried
neighbors had left this super thick roll of copper wire, like super thick insulated copper wire.
Like
and
well,
not 8 gauge.
What are you trying to do with it?
And it was like 16 gauge. I didn't really want to do anything with it. It was just kind of like free wire. I'll take it.
I need this kind of wire. I want to make a step-down transformer thingamajig.
Oh, you mean the high current transformer?
Yeah, those.
You could. The wire I had would be pretty good for that purpose, but yeah. Anyways, the wire that I found was it was almost solid core. So I had struggled cutting it with even my largest plier. So I literally had to get out my bolt cutters and cut that stuff with it because this stuff is so massive. But I ended up the wire was in pretty bad shape too. So I ended up throwing it out.
Oh, you should have kept it as copper, just like scrap copper, right?
I know, but I mean, I've considered. The only metal that I really hold on to as of right now is aluminum and lead. Those are the only metals I really kind of scrap.
Huh. Are you gonna make a lead acid battery with that lead?
No, I like lead because it's really easy to cast it into stuff and it's kind of fun.
Yeah, and getting poisoning from it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what you gotta. That's why I always do it outside.
You cast some
I
pills or
casted
something?
stuff from old lead batteries, and here I am just scrounging copper, and I smelt it and beat it with a gas hammer and a piece of an old piece of railway iron as an anvil, and I have to try and make it into all these connectors and stuff because my country doesn't have them. But how could you throw away copper wire that wasn't turning into green dust? You could totally melt that down.
Well, normally I would say that's a great idea, and I totally would have done that because the only copper thing that they had over there that I saved because I thought was too valuable to throw away was they had a ton of copper pipes, 8-foot long copper pipes.
Oh wow!
So I grabbed all those. I got 4 or 5 of these really long.
I can spend hours throwing magnets into them. Just whoosh down slowly.
That's fun. Yeah, I don't have any neodymium magnets, so I found one once and I was able to try it one time, but I lost the magnet, which sucks. But anyways, yeah, I don't have a kiln, so I can't do that.
A foundry. Make one.
I
You
don't
made
have
that
a
stuff
camera, I
already.
just have an old watering can with rust holes in it, and a bag of plaster that I made and mixed with sand and some coal and an old hairdryer, and that was my go.
Yeah.
Don't you need a big propane can and
No.
No,
you can use just
You can't.
barbecue coal.
I totally forgot about that one because the King of Random made Grant Thompson. He made a really good video on that. I should go back and if I do get into metal melting and stuff again, then I'll go back and give his video a watch because that would be useful.
Totally.
You cast an engine from scratch out of all that aluminum you have and make it make a whole engine yourself.
That's not a bad idea.
I had to
Do
build
it.
an engine during lockdown, but it's out of like 100-year-old car parts, so I had to take the crankshaft and grind it by hand instead of machine shops, and it took absolutely ages to try and get it parallel.
A copper engine? That sounds so cool.
It was made of just junk.
Oh. I was gonna say, like, if someone ever makes a copper engine, I'll spend every dime I have on it. That thing, a copper engine, that's just the coolest idea I've ever heard of.
Make one.
I don't know. My lathe can only cut super soft metal. I try and cut steel with it, and I get like
Copper's soft, isn't it?
Copper is soft. If it's annealed, you can build an engine.
If it, yeah, I was gonna say you have to anneal it, right? Yeah, you're right.
If you don't work hard on it, it should stay annealed if it's pure copper.
Maybe put some zinc in it and make it brass.
Just make an RC scale like
Yeah.
0.13.
I was gonna say where would you get zinc, but
You get it in batteries.
yeah, right. The lantern batteries, they have a ton of zinc, huh?
Or castings from like pot metal stuff. That's all zinc.
What
Or
about
most of
old AA batteries that have just the casing with zinc? Those look
Yeah. Alkalines have zinc powder, but you don't get much out of that, especially when they're dead.
pretty sure if you wanted a copper thing, you could make it, but it is a soft metal. It's not going to last. But at least you get street cred.
I know where you can get zinc. Sink faucets. They're solid zinc.
They are?
Yeah. Some of them are steel. Older ones, or usually I guess nicer ones, are zinc. You can melt the whole thing down.
Yeah, well, oh, that sucks, because my family just threw out a sink.
You want to see how much zinc you'll get from one?
Well, yeah, I mean, like, the whole thing's just solid metal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm sure that faucet's heavy, you know?
I don't have a scale, but I'm going to show you a picture of the chunk I got from the faucet.
Matchbox gas.
Yep, those are zinc. Pennies are zinc, but I think it's worth more to keep them.
Are you sure pennies are...
They go to even melt them?
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's.
I don't know.
Wait, aren't they... I thought they were a zinc alloy, though. Like, with a little bit, like, 97% zinc. Like, 3% copper or something like that. Am I wrong? Or... I swear that...
I don't know. There.
Maybe it was 99. I don't know.
Do you see the zinc I got from one faucet?
Yeah, hold up. How do I get to the... Oh. Oh, where's the chat? How do I...
I put it in your DMs.
In my DMs?
Yes. Unless I sent it to the wrong person.
I didn't get anything.
Well, I seen that sizable chunk of metal in the general chat.
That's not it. That's something else. That's the piece of metal I cut a hole in. There, I'll just stick it in general.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
It's pretty hefty. It's maybe half the size of a paint can, because that was my mold. I did this I melted my zinc in a paint can in a fire with a hairdryer blowing on it, so.
Actually, while we're on the topic of metal, the chunk of lead that I have, it's funny where I got it, because okay, so, you know Cody on Cody's Lab, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of his videos said that a great way to get lead is to go to gun ranges.
Oh, yeah.
And to use like a pan and just kind of dry pan it out.
Yeah, pan around and find the bullets.
Yeah, right. Well, lucky for me, a lot of my family is like really into guns and stuff, so we actually go out quite often. So last time I went there, I got a ton of bullets in the ground, and it was got like melted it down. I got almost a pound of lead.
Cool.
It was funny.
Like you guys in the West Hemisphere actually have guns and stuff in your country. I don't have that.
Oh yeah, that sucks because most countries, that's all that stuff is banned.
So totally illegal. I want to go to a gun range soon.
Though maybe I can find a nearby military site thingy-majig. Maybe I can get something from there.
I want to get some lead. I have a project. I'm making a lead acid battery. Well, it's lead alum. I'm using aluminum salts instead of acid because it's a lot safer. And I'm gonna put it in some pizza sauce jars. Just for fun.
Oh, I was gonna say, I thought
we can't get anything. There's lots of bombs on the bombing range, but I'm not allowed in there. It's totally illegal.
Did you guys watch the Perseverance landing?
I did. I did, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, like the jetpack thing. How did they think about that?
I didn't even know they were doing that until I watched Mark Rover's video on it.
I knew they are going to put it on, but how are you going to control that? Weird.
You do it with an Arduino, of course.
Yeah.
That's the answer to everything nowadays. Like anything you want. I'm gonna be honest. When I do electronics and stuff, I really try as hard as I can to avoid Arduino. I like to be as
analog.
Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the thing
as
is,
analog as possible.
Yeah, I too. I don't want to put an Arduino in a simple project because it just feels like a waste.
It is.
All of this computing power to just turn the fish feeder on once a day.
Also, it's this mentality like I didn't build the whole circuit yet. Now, you know, the Arduino I didn't build. I just bought this circuit online.
Yeah.
I mean, like even for my Tesla coil, I mean, it would have been so much easier for me to interrupt it directly with an Arduino, but I wanted to go the analog route and use a 555, so that's what I did.
Oh, the 555.
Oh yeah.
It's the best timer in the world, or the best IC for that matter.
How about the 556?
What? Please elaborate.
I think.
Do you know what the 556 is?
That's just like two 555s put together, right?
It is.
I thought you were talking about.
Can you repeat?
The ammo.
Wow. The 556 IC is two 555 timers in one package. That's literally it.
Oh, so it just
it's
two
twice
in
the
one
timers
if you
for
need two clocks for whatever reason.
In case you
it is
fry
a
one,
real.
now you have another.
That's kind of useless.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I was like,
timers and something, so.
I mean, like, but you could just put two timers in a circuit, and it's not gonna. It's not like a tiny, like a millimeter, like maybe five more millimeters of space.
All right, I see your point, but you've heard of like logic gates, right? They could be individual, but you have like quad and AND gates in a little div package. They did the same thing with the 555 timer.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna take 8 pin IC sockets, and I'm gonna try, one 16-pin IC socket, and I'm gonna try and put two 555s in it. Let's see if this works. If it works, then I'm officially declaring that IC useless.
All right, let me get one of my two.
What if you put a
And
225s onto
they
a
fit.
40 IC.
They fit. They fit right next to each other. It is kind of easy.
Alright, bet.
However, you had
Oh,
to
wait.
like, pick up 2 separate ones, and you could have only had to pick up 1. So, did you consider that?
It saves you an extra hand, I guess,
Exactly,
for like
exactly.
5 seconds.
Well, can you fit them on a 40?
Oh yeah, they fit. They fit. That thing's useless. Dude, they fit perfectly too.
It's beautiful. It's a work of art.
Has anyone ever tried decapping an IC before? Or any, like, even a transistor for that matter?
No, I don't have any acid for it.
Feels like
You see, I'm like a pretty like primitive caveman here. So I took like big giant dikes and just split the IC in half. I just took a bunch of old broken ICs and I just kept breaking it in half until it broke how I wanted it to.
why though?
Huh?
What is the reason? Like, why would you want to break an IC?
I used dead ones, but I just wanted to see if I could see anything.
Did you get the whole die out?
I got like half of it off, but
There's
not
a
the whole
trick you can do to get the whole die out.
what do you do?
You get it really hot, and then the plastic just kind of disintegrates, and you can break it out. I did that, with these 2 chips. Look at this. I got the whole die isn't completely intact.
Ah, tiny.
Yeah. The one on the right is from some really old networking chip. That's why there's no rainbows on it. And the one on the left is, I don't know, something modern.
Dude, Discord's like Zoom now.
Kind of is.
Like, it's been a long time since I've been in like a chat room, but like now that compared to last time I did, which was like a year ago, to now it's like really different.
So, I'm old enough that I found an Apple computer, and in the core of it was this huge IC, and the chip in the middle had a glass window over it. And you could see all these gold wires leading to it. So it turns out that was a UV rewritable chip rather than the solid state rewritable. You just shine a UV light on it and resets all the RAM.
That's really interesting.
What?
Wow.
That is, dude.
You need to take it apart. You could zoom in it with a microscope, and I did that. It was cool.
All the people who are trying to steal government information are going to use these computers. They can, when the FBI raids their house, they can just instantly like shine a UV LED on the thing, and it's dead.
Oh, the ROM that can be the EEPROM, is that what it's called?
EEPROM?
No, not the EEPROM, just the EROM, the erasable programmable read-only memory, because it's not erasable electronically, you just shine the thingy.
Oh yes, yeah. But is that what you were talking about, Curry?
Kind of. It was a very old computer from 1982, so it was...
Nate, are you still streaming?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess I am.
You
are.
People are just watching the chat like
Oh, I should have.
Did they forget they're streaming?
Dang. Let me really quickly look through this. People saying.
Oh, I see one of those chips in the general chat.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Is that the one that you saw? Is that similar to one you saw in a
Similar,
computer?
but mine was dinosaur speak.
So are you saying it was made out of ceramic?
It was very similar, but bigger and looked like it came from the TV show Knight Rider.
Okay.
Chat says
Interesting.
the stream has been fire.
Really?
I don't think I have any that old.
Dope. We gotta do streams like this more often.
Dude, totally.
Yeah.
I know.
In fact,
From now on, I'm gonna make sure that I don't miss any of your streams because it's pretty fun, honestly.
dope. Yeah, I think it's kind of fun. Just have a big kind of open chat box going on.
And hopefully one day we can get like Tanner on here or something.
Yeah. We'll try to get him on the next one. I'm gonna send him a message.
Why do you have his contact information or whatever?
I actually have his phone number too. I'm gonna
Oh,
go through
wow.
my texts. I haven't texted him in like 2 years. but
He's gonna be like, oh hi, how are you doing?
That's not true. Actually, when he got back, he sent me a text and said, "Hey Keystone, how are you doing?" And then I responded with, "Oh, who's this?" And that's him. Yeah, so I'll go send him a text message and I'll get him for the next one. Yeah.
Don't
That's fun.
accidentally leak your number, because then you're gonna get a lot of those messages.
Yeah, I won't do that. Yeah, but I'll let him up one, and I guess that's as good a spot as any for me to stop the live stream. So
No.
why are you saying no? It's late. It's like 3 a.m. It's not 3 a.m.
It's only 2 a.m.
It's
only
1
3 a.m.
It's an hour past your bedtime, though.
Yeah, I'm supposed to wake up at 7 a.m. So
It's 12:55 for me.
oh, are you in like California or something?
Remember I said
That's right, the
I live
warehouse.
next to
Yeah.
Tanner.
Yeah, I'm in Utah, so it's just an hour later.
Where are you?
Did he
doing?
already-
11 in the morning for me.
Oh, and it's freaking 4 a.m. where Tech Norris is. So
Did Tanner already fly down to Boston?
I'm not sure. If so, he's long asleep. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's really late for him if he is in Boston.
I can never remember. What PM is afternoon or before noon?
After.
Afternoon.
PM is afternoon,
Mhm.
and then AM is like in the morning.
We Americans cut it in half for some reason.
Yeah, but why AM and PM? What do they stand for?
AM is like, oh man, I don't remember.
Anti-meridian and post-meridian.
Yeah. Anti-meridian and post-meridian.
What does
Before and after
AM
the
mean?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like. Wait, I just looked it up. Is it ante meridium and post meridium?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Where's the stream?
Wait, no. AM is amplitude modulation.
Thank you.
yeah.
Amplitude modulation.
How could we forget? All right. I'll send out a thing next time we're putting one on. It'll probably be in. Maybe it could even be next week.
Isn't that what we said last time?
We'll see. That's what we said last time. But last time, I guess it was only 2 weeks, so that's better than 6 months.
Was it really only 2 weeks ago?
I think so.
I feel like it's been at least 3.
What's your next video gonna be on?
Probably just building up the lab, I guess, because I bought a lot of materials, and I'm just gonna be setting that up pretty soon. So probably just that.
You
And
guys
then I
with
need-
actual space for making
Hey.
stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, and for all you Electro Boom fans, I have his Patreon, so I can. And he already uploaded a video to the Patreon a day early, so I could tell you what. I could tell you what this video is.
Spoil it for me, man.
It's coming out tomorrow, I think.
Oh, dope. Yeah, so I guess be on the lookout for that.
And me. I know, I basically binge watch every single Electro Boom video.
Is he making extra?
It's pretty good.
That was his last video. He made the.
Is he making more extras though?
Well, let me look and see what it is. I got the notification, but I didn't see what it was.
Oh.
Building an electric magic wand to celebrate 4 million
Spoilers.
subs.
Electric magic wand,
I can't believe you.
like
Yeah.
a portable Tesla coil.
Is it a voltage multiplier?
No, it's a voltage multiplier.
Yeah.
It's a voltage multiplier.
Hmm.
Is he trying to levitate something with it, or?
He already did that, the levitating
I know.
thing.
Yeah, he did it.
I could have.
Sorry.
He always. It seems like all of his content is dedicated to high voltage now at this point.
Well, that's where the
Well,
fun is, right?
it's much cooler, so yeah.
Because high
And what
voltage
happened-
is sparky and it's fun.
It's shiny,
Fun to look at.
beautiful.
I miss his Electro Boom 101 series.
Oh yeah.
Oh. I like his electric guitar.
Oh, the electric guitar.
Dude, that thing sounded great.
I know, right?
Like, that thing was, like, tuned
Booming.
perfectly. Really good for a homemade build.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, I'm headed to bed. So, thank you
Yes.
guys. It's been very fun. I'll see you guys later.
Yes.